You tell me when we're ready. Are we? No?
We're almost home.
You leave Monday?
I leave Tuesday. 7-hour drive.
Oh,
Taking everything.
hopefully not bad weather.
Hmm?
No, hopefully not
You
bad
rent
weather.
a
Every
Minivans, we don't do minivans.
What do you do?
SUV.
You got a 313 or just?
Thursday, yeah. We're gonna get it from DCA.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
Right.
a renter, yeah.
knows everything about this.
I know, you guys are on the inside.
Oh, we're all over the place.
You couldn't pay me to go to the airport this month without needing to. That just seems like unreasonable torture.
We saw things yesterday I didn't even know exist.
And that's the sign of a good tour.
Yeah. We're way out there in the back saw. It's not being recorded.
Never sure.
Good afternoon. It's December 16th, Tuesday, 1:35 p.m. Welcome to the December 16th, 2025 County Board recessed meeting. We will begin today's meeting with our closed session to be followed no earlier than 3:30 p.m. by our usual appointments, recognitions, proclamations, and reports from the board. To begin, I move that the County Board convene a closed meeting as authorized by Virginia Code Sections 2.2-3711A, 7, and 8 for the following purposes: consultation with legal advice from the county attorney regarding 2 active lawsuits and 1 matter concerning probable litigation where such consultation in an open meeting would adversely affect the county's litigating posture, and consultation with legal advice from the county attorney regarding the interpretation of certain ordinances and the board's legal authority over certain land use matters. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Vice Chair DeFerranti. Colleagues, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? None. The motion carries unanimously, and we are in closed session. As a quirk here, we are still in session, actually in closed session, and therefore first I have to gavel us out from the same, and that has to happen with an elaborate motion, which is, I move that the members of the county board certify that at the just concluded closed session, first, on the public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under Chapter 37, Title 2.2 of the Code of Virginia. And secondly, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. I need a second for that. It is seconded by Board Member Coffey. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, of course, Mr. Carantonis.
Yes.
Mr. DeFerranti.
Yes.
Ms. Coffey.
Yes.
Ms. Cunningham.
Yes.
Mr. Spain Sr.
Yes.
And with that, the motion passes and we are out of closed session and back in open session. So good afternoon, late afternoon. Thank you for coming today, for joining us. This is the section of our recessed meeting that brings us to appointments, awards, recognitions, proclamations, and reports. We will begin with our usual advisory group related actions. And this is for this board to make the following appointments. This is a motion that needs no second, but I have to read the entire motion into the record. So I moved the following appointments. Arlington Partnership for Children, Youth and Families to appoint Nadia Conyers for a term ending December 31st, 2027, and appoint Travis Thompson for a term ending December 31st, 2027. To the Community Development Citizens Advisory Committee to appoint Vidya Batu as the Community Services Board Representative for a term ending December 31st, 2028, to the Crystal and Pentagon Cities Council to reappoint Ben Davanzo for a term ending December 31st, 2027, to the Employees Retirement System to reappoint Jonathan Kinney for a term ending December 31st, 2029, to reappoint William Ross for a term ending December 31st, 2029, and to reappoint Barbara Donnellan for a term ending December 31st, 2029. To the Fiscal Affairs Advisory Commission to appoint George May for a term ending December 31st, 2027, and to appoint Nicole Toulouse for a term ending December 31, 2027. To the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission to appoint Connor Goolsby for a term ending December 31st, 2027, and to reappoint Noreen Hannigan for a term ending December 31st, 2027. To the Park and Recreation Commission to appoint Sarah Wong for a term ending December 31st, 2027, and to appoint Jeff Loftus for a term ending December 31st, 2027. To the Planning Commission to appoint Cicely Whitfield Johnson for a term ending December 31st, 2029, and appoint Kateri Garcia for a term ending December 31st, 2029. To the Social Services Advisory Board to reappoint Monica Lenzer for a term ending December 31st, 2029. This is the list. A second on this motion is not required, so all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? None. This motion passes. Congratulations, and I say that always with gratitude because all of these appointments are volunteer positions, a lot of time and talent, and sometimes even treasure is invested by the individuals we just appointed here. So this is really important work, and we cannot be more grateful for that. So on to recognitions and proclamations. We have resources for the first one is resources for federal workers, immigrants, and refugees. This is not a recognition; is an update and a reminder. Mr. Clerk, I believe that we have a slide on this, so I would appreciate if we can pull it up.
Technical issues. Apologies.
David or someone has the proclamation.
This is our a reminder at every recess meeting at least. We want to make sure that those Arlingtonians or anybody else who is a federal employee right now under significant pressure, if not in distress, that they know that the county is providing a series of resources standing with these employees or former federal employees, and we respect and honor their service. And we also add a reminder of the resources that we are making available for our immigrant neighbors who are equally under attack, constant, persistent attack, and suffer a lot.
And if you
under
give me
these
just 15
circumstances.
seconds here, I should have it up for you. I apologize for the
Okay.
interruption.
We can do that a little bit later, Mr. Clerk. That's fine. If we can put it up. So we have commissioner recognition, Ms. Janetta Brewer. And I will pass this to my esteemed colleague, Mr. J.D. Spain Sr.
Is she here?
I don't know that Ms. Brewer was able to join us today, but we do have a slide prepared in recognition of her service.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief here. We just want to take a moment and honor two of our leaders who have been members of our Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families. The first person you see the screen here is Mrs. Janetta L. Brewer, And for 5 years, Ms. Brewer, she co-led our partnership with unwavering commitment and vision. She has done this in a manner that is in keeping with the highest traditions of our commissions and what we expect here in our county. And for her service, where she served from 2021 to 2025 and co-chair from 2023 to 2025, again, we are forever grateful. She is moving on to do other work in and around the area, but we have a certificate of appreciation here for Janetta. She's unable to join us today, and we'll make sure we get this to her, signed December 16th at the hand of our chair, Takis Karantonis, so we can give her a round of applause. And secondly, we have Mr. David Carlson, pretty much the same. He was a co-leader at our partnership for the past 8 years. And as it says on the screen, he was able to coordinate and facilitate a coalition retreat that led to identification and prioritization of some of our partnership's key initiatives. I actually had an opportunity to meet with both Janetta and David this morning briefly, but again, in keeping with all that we've asked of our volunteers here in Arlington, just want to take a moment and also provide David Carlson, a certificate of appreciation with gratitude for his years of service to Arlington County as a member of the Arlington Partnership for Children, Youth, and Families, 2012 to 2025, and co-chair 2023 to 2025, signed under the name of Takis Karantonis, chair of the county board, December 16th, 2025. We'll get the certificate to him. We want to thank him, and let's give him a round of applause in his absence.
He's here.
He was?
Mr. Carlson's here.
Where's he at? David, come on up. Y'all got to get me together, man. I'm losing it. He's here. Let's give David one more round of applause. David.
Yes, thank you.
So nice. Good to see you.
And Mr. Chair, I do have that slide available if you'd like to
Okay,
cover this.
let's jump to this interim slides. As we said before, resources for federal workers and for our immigrant residents and neighbors. Okay, so federal workers, we continue to provide services, resume assistance, mental health support, food security that is in increasing demand, unfortunately but true. Housing resources, also an increasing demand, dramatically increasing demand right now. That includes rent assistance, includes housing grants, permanent supportive housing, through the and the Affordable Dwelling Unit program. These are all resources that are available, and much more. Health insurance for those who are out of work. This is support to figure out how they may be able to qualify for financial assistance, how to reduce coverage costs, currently extremely difficult for all the reasons that you probably read in the news. And help and support to try to find and secure comprehensive health care. This is an ongoing website under our own website, arlingtonva.us. If you put at the search prompt federal, you will find these resources. The next one. For our immigrant and refugee neighbors, there is extensive information about Know Your Rights, from different and reputable sources. As before, pointers to food resources, to housing and eviction resources, also to English classes, and I will never forget to say English classes and citizenship classes and scholarships are available. If you know somebody who can qualify for applying for the U.S. citizenship, please encourage them to do this. Not everybody feels comfortable doing that right now because they don't know, or they don't trust what may be ahead and what kind of challenges they have to navigate. As somebody who has done that, I cannot stress loud and clear enough that it's really worth the effort. And we'll be there to support every individual who tries to become a U.S. citizen. This concludes the slide, right? I don't believe that we have another one, and I can now go over.
We do have a summary of upcoming events if you would like to.
Yes, upcoming events for federal workers. December 17th, which is tomorrow, drop-in resume and job search help. 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. It's in the courthouse library, I believe. A registration is required. The courthouse library is here in this building. In the December 18th, which is on Thursday, there is a federal workers support group from 12:30 p.m. to 2 p.m. in the Central Library. There is also a registration that is recommended, not required. And there is there are general pointers to federal employee assistance to which I pointed before. So thank you, Mr. Clerk, for this. And now I can pass I can ask our Vice Chair, Mr. Ferranti, to present the proclamation on World AIDS Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think most years there's a celebration of World AIDS Day that we hold at DHS, and if I'd recommend to colleagues, if you have not done it, I hope you will get a chance to do it. It's a very moving moment. This proclamation will be received in just a minute by Yvette Wright, Public Health Bureau Chief, and Lilibeth Grandas, but I'm thinking that we may have a stand-in for Lilibeth. And a leader that helps us with DHS for sure. So we recognize World AIDS Day as a moment of remembrance and unity, honoring the more than 44.1 million lives lost to AIDS-related illnesses. and standing together to raise awareness and compassion in our community. HIV remains a serious public health issue in our country, with an estimated 1.2 million people in the United States currently living with HIV, reminding us that continued prevention, education, and care are essential. Here in Arlington, our Department of Human Services Public Health Division plays an important role by monitoring new HIV cases and promoting prevention efforts to support the health and well-being of our residents. This year's theme, Overcoming Disruption, Transforming the AIDS Response, calls on all of us to confront stigma, protect access to life-saving services, and work toward a future where no one is left behind and a world free from AIDS is possible. Perhaps this is most poignant for me because the State Department of Health has cut funding for this premature to federal administration cuts that may come. And that's impacted one of our providers here in Arlington, Nova Salud. And so that is super important. The results that Nova Salud and other providers have been able to reach in terms of serving those with AIDS and preventing HIV has been extraordinary. So please come up to be recognized, obligatory photo or chosen photo, and thank you so much for the work that you do. I think all of us want to give you a hand.
Thank you so much. So, thank you, Vice Chair, the front team. We have here a nice deja vu because we started this year with this proclamation and we were late because we had to take this proclamation in January, as I remember, last year. And now it's back at the right time. It's the proclamation on the Community Risk Reduction Week. So here are some important facts. Every 18 minutes, Arlington firefighters are responding to someone in need. A powerful reminder of how frequently our community relies on emergency services and why prevention matters. Every 18 minutes, 24/7. Many of the emergencies our fire department responds to are preventable, including medical calls that now make about 80% of the call volume, and incidents such as falls and carbon monoxide exposure, especially this time of the year, that can be reduced through awareness and preparation. Community risk reduction is a proactive, data-driven approach that helps identify local risks and strategically invest resources to reduce both the likelihood and impact of emergencies, the likelihood and impact of emergencies when and before they happen. So the Community Risk Reduction Week highlights the importance of this partnership and the shared responsibility using education, engineering, enforcement, emergency response, and economic incentives to help make Arlington a safer place for everyone. I'm not going to read the entirety of the proclamation. It includes the topics that I spoke to. But I want to highlight the therefore. And the therefore is that the county board, the County Board of Arlington, Virginia, does proclaim January 19th to 25th, 2026, so the upcoming month, as Community Risk Reduction Week in Arlington County and urges all community members to raise awareness of the importance of the Community Risk Reduction Week, providing an opportunity to make our Arlington, the entire Arlington community safer. And it's signed by me on behalf of our entire board. So we have here our chief of the fire department, and help me with, yes, Robert Bowen. So thank you so much. I'm coming down.
You got to be in it, see?
But you have to kneel.
It's a good try.
And
Chief doesn't like being enclosed. I can tell you that already. He does not like it.
you got to position yourself so
Yeah,
you're not
you have
blocking
to
me.
squat.
No, you're good.
No, it's all right.
We seem off center.
Yeah.
Can you guys move to the left a
Or we
little?
could move one to the right.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh, we're off
One
center.
step to
They're
the
off
left,
center, and
Takis.
we are.
Yeah, we'll do both.
Thank you. Busy weekend. Good gracious. It's been a busy week. Hang in there. Thank you.
Oh, we're going to digest some data. Only 5 verse.
So, this concludes the part of the meeting that is reserved for proclamations and recognitions. The next one is board reports, and I will pass it to my colleagues, Maureen Coffey and Susan Cunningham, who will update us on the comprehensive plan update process.
Great, and I believe there are slides. They should look familiar because they are the same ones from last month. Exactly a month ago, on November 16th, our community engagement phase of our comprehensive plan update came to a conclusion. But Susan and I would like to make sure that this doesn't fall off anyone's minds, lest you think that all of that engagement was for nothing. This was a pretty comprehensive effort and really engaged a broad spectrum of the community, both online, in person, asynchronously online, synchronously online, with translation services, with neighborhood liaisons. And it really shows in bringing out and bringing together different elements of our community. So thank you to everyone who participated, but also thank you to our staff for leading this. Next slide. So these are just some of the highlights of the statistics that show kind of how broad our participation was. We started slow in the spring, took a break in the summer, and then the fall really got some in-depth engagement with more than 3,400 total touch points with members of our community. And so our focus groups really stressed meeting with our underrepresented communities, the folks who maybe in a planning process don't typically show up, but whose voices are really important in these processes. Our community meetings welcomed anyone and everyone who had any interest, and featured pretty extensive translation services in between 2 and I think 5 languages. And our pop-ups and street canvassing are our kind of guerrilla engagement, where we aim to talk to whoever is passing by in different community events, popular street locations, metro stops, and really get a good cross-section of the community. And then, of course, online feedback, good old reliable. Everyone can fill it out, everyone can access it, and indeed, in this instance, a lot of people did give us online feedback as well. Next slide. So from here, Susan and I have met with the team again, and we are going to leave them alone for a little bit while they do their work. Now is the time where they will take all of that wonderful engagement from the community, and they will start doing the work of analyzing all of that input, coming up with themes and changes and additions to what was proposed, and really work towards a draft of that new introductory chapter for the community to consider. And so, to reiterate, none of this work will change our 12 existing elements of the comprehensive plan, but the draft introductory chapter will help us to weave together a narrative around those 12 distinct elements and show how they are interconnected. It will better describe Arlington today and really present new guiding principles that reflect today's lived experiences, community needs, and community values. And so there will be more to come. We hope to have staff come and give us a little bit of update in the beginning couple of months of the new year. So if you are interested in this, there will continue to be more to know, but at this point, it's in staff's hands to really do what they do best and go deep in the data to write something for us. But nothing else will happen without board action. And so lots of steps still to come, but thank you. And if Susan wants to add anything.
Nope, I think that's great. Just staff's working on it. Nothing's changing in the meantime, but we'll be back in the new year with more info.
Thank you. I have to say, I don't know, people when they see numbers like 1,600 and 1,622 interactions, so 6,700 pieces of input, right? Comments. Let's be mindful of the fact that this is a amendment of the comprehensive plan. It's to begin with difficult to convey. For some people this looks very technical. It is actually very pedestrian and very accessible when one has the time to engage with that. One thing I want to say, it is really worth our appreciation, direct and specific appreciation, explicit appreciation, the work that Arlington County staff has put into that, not only in the process per se, but also in trying to get to as many possible and impossible constituencies as humanly imaginable. I think that the level of effort has been absolutely stunningly good. Now, I hope that the post-processing now, towards a report. When do we think that we will see the first report officially on preliminary outcomes here?
I think we will get some sort of update by February.
By February. Awesome.
I think it's likely that will be preliminary and more in the form of a presentation rather than like a draft chapter.
Right.
And, Susan and I talked with staff around timing, just considering other items before the board. So engaging in this discussion of comp plan in the midst of budget is perhaps not the most productive and engaging moment, as we will be very occupied, and the community will also be very occupied. And so, we ask them, we don't want to slow them down, but also we want to be mindful of our capacity, the community's capacity, and what we're asking them to engage on, given the importance of this plan.
Right. We won't have so much bandwidth, definitely, from mid-February onwards and into March. Budget madness is a term of technical term here, very established. So, Mr. Manager, I believe you know what we're talking about. So, the next regional report. I see familiar faces here. Candice Rinkrath, a former magician of the Transportation Planning Board, my former magician, current, is still, managing magician of the Transportation Planning Board, who will present us with an action that I really welcome. It's about the question before us today is to endorse the joint resolution of the DMV Moves Task Force, and I will pass it to my colleague Vice Chair DeFerranti and to you, Mr. Srinkat.
I think directly over to you. I was glad to be a part of it, but come have a seat, or if you want to be up here, either one is fine. And I think you've got backup team members there, and really appreciate it. But this is very important work that all colleagues, I'm grateful for how aware and supportive everyone was. But over to you for the presentation. I think, Mr. Kushner, do you have it? Great. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Thank you, Mr. DeFerranti, for this opportunity. I want to start by acknowledging that our Executive Director, Clark Mercer, wanted to be here. That was the plan. But he had a last-minute request to be somewhere else. And I wouldn't mind sharing a bit of good news that at the U.S. Capitol Hill today, in the Hall of Statues, the bust of Miss Barbara Jones is being unveiled. And we know her from her work, and that led to Brown versus Board of Education and the equal access to education. So that was a last minute, and Clark is there. So I'm here on his behalf, but thank you. I want to say that in a way this is closing the loop or coming full circle. It was in Arlington County in one of your buildings on June of 2024 that COG initiated this study, DMV Moves. The first task force meeting was held right here. And Mr. DeFerranti, you've been part of the task force. So what I have to present today to the board and the request I will make of you, a number of you are already aware of these things. Some of you are more aware of these things, but I'm happy to give a quick summary. There are two things that I'm here to do today. One, present to all of you the summary takeaways of this 18-month-long effort by COG that, in jointly with WMATA, the initiative that it called DMV Moves, which is totally focused on how can this region take the transit systems, plural, that we have, into and transpose it into a world-class transit system that serves all consistently across the 3,800 square miles. What came out of that is a set of recommendations, and I'm here to summarize those recommendations for you. And the second thing is to request that the board consider adopting a resolution that endorses the resolution that COG board adopted last month. And essentially, the COG board said that we as a region will come together, as we have in the past, to implement these recommendations that will help take the transit system in our region and make it really a truly world-class system. So that's what I'm here for. I just have 5 slides. I'll try to be brief. Next slide, please. So I said that there are 4 recommendations. The first one is calling on the region, particularly with the state's participation, to raise new funding in the amount of $460 million per year to be dedicated to Metro to meet their capital needs. And that new funding would have to grow by at least 3% per year to keep up with inflation. We all know the pressure that inflation brings to any program and its ability to deliver services. The second is calling on the jurisdictions to band together to commit to implement bus priority services on 7 corridors in the next 6 to 8. Northern Virginia is truly leading the region in terms of its plans at the NVTA and through the NVTC. There's a significant amount of work that has been done identifying corridors for bus priority. And what DMV Moves has done is integrated that work and identified 7 corridors. 2 of those corridors are in Northern Virginia. One is the Route 7 that the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission has been doing some very impressive work. And the other one is the Columbia Pike, but connecting it through 14 to the 14th Street and taking all the way to LaFont Plaza. So it becomes truly cross-jurisdictional and a regional service. And the third recommendation is to work with the states to generate funding to serve the local transit needs, our bus systems and our commuter rail, particularly the VRE. Within Arlington, for example, working with your transportation and your transit team, we identify something in the order of about $6.8 million in annual needs to fund its operational needs to enhance the service it provides, and an additional $2.8 million in capital needs to help sustain and maintain that investment. And then, next slide, please. The fourth recommendation is something that is not so much focused on raising additional money, but more of making this system. We are blessed in our region to have 14 different operators, transit operators, operating 12 different transit systems. We were calling and we recognize that these operators are working and coordinating with each other, but it can be enhanced significantly to achieve both cost efficiencies and service efficiencies. The user experience could be seamless and drive ridership and make transit one of the preferred modes of travel. And there are 6 particular areas where such increased coordination and cooperation can happen. I'm not going to go over those, but these are the specific areas, and then there are key actions that summarizes the outcomes that DMV Moves initiative is hoping to get. And the COG resolution says that all 14 operators in this region and all of the member jurisdictions within this region will work collaboratively to try and develop detailed implementation plan and begin to implement the improvements and the changes that are needed to realize this. Next slide, please. So specifically, as part of that large 4 recommendations, what would be of particular interest to Arlington County is this commitment to work collaboratively with the region, with WMATA, in committing to implement those bus priority corridors along Route 7 and Columbia Pike, traversing to 14th Street and LaFont Plaza in the next 6 to 8 years. And then additionally, I mentioned those 6 topic areas where there are opportunities to coordinate and bring some consistency to the operating policies, which includes a consistent program across the region for our lower income riders to be able to use transit more frequently, addressing providing an opportunity for the children to begin to make transit as a habitual mode of travel so that grows with them. And then, of course, establishing some consistent regional unlimited pass for the frequent transit riders in our region. So these are some of the specific areas where Arlington County would want to focus on. The next slide, please. And again, in calling, in these 4 recommendations, particularly on the funding, the DMV Moves has worked with the Commonwealth of Virginia's SJ28 Commission that the NVTC has been working on. So the financial work and the financial estimates done by DMV Moves has been directly integrated into SJ28. And I know that there are some bills being proposed for this upcoming General Assembly. I hope that will be successful. Obviously, there will be some advocacy necessary on that. Additionally, the federal funding, PREA funding that we have been getting for the past close to 20 years has not been indexed at all. So what we were receiving 20 years ago, we are not able to buy or invest as much today, 20 years later due to inflation. So the ask on the federal government would be to index it to inflation, if that would be another legislative priority. And then committing to work with all of the member jurisdictions. We believe, COG believes that the region is really at a pivotal movement. After COVID, with the significant impact it had on transit ridership, the transit operators in this region have really done a yeoman's job, a commendable job, where transit ridership today is at pre-COVID level, and rail ridership, including Metro Rail and VRA Rail, every month has been growing. There's an opportunity to now come together and provide some sustained, dependable funding. If not, all of this progress could be backtracked. So that's the opportunity, and I'm happy to pause at this time, and I will turn it over to Mr. DeFrenti and Chair for any thoughts or questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just be very brief. I think all of us care about this in different ways, different reasons, different sort of particular points that we'd like to make. First, I'd like to say that DMV moves vastly decreased the ask from over $1 billion to the $460 million, and that was the right thing to do. It involved a lot of work, and chief administrative officers, you and your team, Mr. Srikant, you guys just did a lot of very, very important work, because that's much more manageable. Second, I'd like to say, just so that because our public will want to know this, we are collaborating in planning, and we also are finishing a lot of work on Columbia Pike. So there is a degree to which, our DES team and the board, we will have the ability to work with and make sure that operational changes to increase speed precede a further construction on the Pike. Because I know there's a desire to be specific there, but we also have to be good partners and steward our residents who have gone through a multi-year construction project. So that was a part of the resolution at COG that we made that is sort of a jurisdictional protection while we also regionally partner. And then last, I think it's very important to think of this as we think about the General Assembly, we look forward to working with the General Assembly to advance the conceptual funding components. And Delegate Sickles, Senator Eben, they're on it. As we work on these components of this proposal, it's going to benefit Arlington to fund its contribution, and we are going to pitch in as part of that work. So that's the collaborative approach we're doing, and that collaboration also has to extend to the Commonwealth as a whole, because if we do not have Commonwealth-wide solutions and do not make sure that our colleagues, southern parts of the state, know that this is transit solutions for Northern Virginia. It is addressing metros dedicated, but it is broader than that, and this will achieve an outcome that in Northern Virginia we desperately need, and that we are vested in their success in Hampton Roads and across the state, just as we are asking them to partner with us. And so I just, who knows, maybe some staffer in Richmond will actually look at these comments and want us to hear from this venue that we really care about Commonwealth-wide solutions. So thanks, Mr. Chair and colleagues. I'll reiterate, because I've tried to do it at every step, I would not have had the opportunity to serve without many of you on this board, so I'm humbled. And I think I tried to represent Alexandria, but not overly so. And so I tried to do that well. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeFrenti. I see two. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I think the only thing I will add is how imperative success of this in the General Assembly session is for, Arlington, for Northern Virginia, and really for the Commonwealth. Transportation is the economic engine of our region, and without WMATA, the way that Arlington has planned and developed the way that we as residents live our lives is reliant on the success of WMATA. I chose the neighborhood I chose, and I live the car light life that I live because I can take the train or the bus or bike or scooter. But it really, there are parts of our locality, of our region, where localities really think of WMATA as commuter transit, and for us here in Arlington, it is lifeblood. And so it's really a non-negotiable that we, I think, get this done and we have something that is reliable, sustainable, and long-term, because transportation is not just nice to have. It is the backbone of our economy. It is what gets everyone to work, to home, to school, to fun, to responsibilities, and we can't not have it. So we're going to figure this out, and I'm really grateful for the work that has gone into this, both from our transit staff, the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission, and Northern Virginia Transportation Authority, DMV Moves, SJ28, just a Herculean effort to get here. And, we're not done yet, but I think we at least have, for once, a true path forward that has a lot of buy-in. So thank you to everyone who's worked on this, and I'm happy to be supporting.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. I see Ms. Cunningham's light.
Yes, also very much in support, and just want to call out COG, our Council of Governments, for all the work you do to help bring the region together. It's not easy sometimes, even amongst the five of us here in one jurisdiction, but to bring across different states and the district, and then all the jurisdictions within there, it's a mighty task, and you all do it incredibly artfully, so we are grateful.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. A couple of things from me, in addition to what was said already. First of all, dear Council of Governments, that was an awesome job. That was amazing. And it came in waves, very decisive ones. The first one was to make sure, and we work here on our side on Northern Virginia within the Northern Virginia Transportation Commission as well, to make sure that we understand and we can convey to everybody what Ms. Coffin referred to, how important WMATA is for the economic functioning of the region, for the quality of life of people, for achieving all sorts of other goals around here, from economic development to social justice, et cetera, and also to be able to be credible, to make to the rest of the Commonwealth of Virginia the case that it is worth to lean in. It is to the benefit of everybody to do that. And the first prerequisite for that was to understand how, and to be able to describe and to have a narrative on that, on how WMATA has improved over time, over the last 5, 6, 7 years. We have several stations. I still remember times when, we had every other week a fire in somewhere in Roslyn or down in Pentagon City, et cetera. Now, this is not anymore the case. And not only that, Vice Chair DeFerranti, who represented us at DMV Moves, pointed out that because we understand WMATA better, its capital investment program, its operations environment, its budget, and WMATA understands our limitations and our capacity, financial and otherwise, we could get to this good result where we could reduce. Mr. DeFerranti mentioned the ask. We could reduce the gap that we have to bridge here, and we could also get very far into having regional agreement that we want to do that. And not only to do that, but remember the principal deliverable here was to identify sources of revenue for the system that are reliable and permanent and committed to, and also bondable, because, WMATA used to be the only metropolitan transportation system that doesn't have a reserves fund, because we didn't allow it to have a reserves fund and couldn't go out and borrow money for their capital improvement program, which we do every March here, consistently. So we normalized for the first time our relationship with our metropolitan transportation system. And I have to commend COG again for the yeoman's work that it takes to get a three-state agreement of that between states that they are not only different regionally or politically, they are different because their construction, the way they act on funding and public transportation is fundamentally, systemically different. So bridging these differences is extra difficult, and we came very close to have it resolved. I wouldn't say we have it resolved, but we are very close. And I am really proud of the work that the DMV Moves has done with the participation of members of the General Assembly here, who Mr. De Ferranti referred to, that we at least could do the homework for Northern Virginia, which is a significant contribution to the success of the entire project here. So thank you indeed for this work. This showed us how important COG is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a couple points, if I could. Vice Chair DeFrente made a couple points, and I would be remiss if I didn't add to his points. First, the ask was $1 billion. And we are now asking for $460 million. That's for capital. There was an additional ask of $140 million for operating every year. All of that would not, this reduction starting from billion to 460 would not have happened without the work of the chief administrative officers and Mark Schwartz. I have to acknowledge his work along with all of the CAOs and the CFO in the district. This 18 months, they thoroughly looked at, and WMATA was an excellent partner in this. They were willing to sit down and talk and find ways. So today they are not asking for a penny to cover their operating deficit. So that's one. Second, Mr. DeFrente pointed out, as we work on developing the implementation actions for those 6 outcomes in those 6 groups, to acknowledge the local service and the unique needs that they have, and to come up with a way where it can all be done. And Ms. Cunningham, you are on the Transportation Planning Board. Transportation Planning Board has been requested to take on the responsibility to convene this group and over the next year or so to develop the implementation steps. So there will be an opportunity to make sure that this is whatever implementation steps are identified will work for everybody. Ms. Coffey talked about how critical it is to be engaged in the General Assembly this cycle and next cycle. I'm a diehard optimist. A couple things in the recent days gives me a lot of hope. The gentleman who we had retained to facilitate this DMV moves over the past 18 months has now been nominated to serve as the Transportation Secretary in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So I do that. And secondly, I want to acknowledge and recognize my colleague, Monica Nunez is here. She is COG's member services plus the legislative liaison. This has been proposed as one of the top transportation legislative priorities, which the COG board anticipates adopting in January. We will be right there with you to assist you in any which way we can to make this happen, whether it's in Richmond or in Annapolis or in the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Rincott. So if there's no objections, I would invite a motion.
I move that the county board endorse the conceptual funding component of the DMV Move strategy that is to be introduced as legislation during the 2026 General Assembly session.
Second.
It's moved and seconded by Board Member Cunningham. Colleagues, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? None. So we endorsed DMV Moves.
Excellent.
And we are proudly lining up with our colleagues from Loudoun County and Fairfax County. And I hope that the festive calendar right now will get everybody on board before the year ends.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good to see everybody, Ms. Beirut and Nunes, and everybody else. Thanks for coming and attending this meeting today. So the next...
You have many hours ahead. You can stay with us if you want.
Yeah. We are going to excite you because we are going to move on to manager reports with fireworks and high expectations.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. And the first item, I have 4 items real quickly. The first item we have, and people are going to magically appear, I hope, as if I continue to speak. I'm going to ask Karen Spence, who is our comptroller, who's going to be joined by Greg Miller, who is a principal at Clifton Larson Allen. It's that time of the year you all wait for to get an update on our annual comprehensive financial report. Here they are. And with that, and there's some really exciting news that I know the 2 members of the board who are on the audit committee will be beside themselves with joy to hear. But I'm going to turn it over to Karen Spence, who will introduce the item.
Well, thank you very much, and good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce Greg Miller this evening. He is with Clifton Larson Allen. He's a principal there. Greg will be presenting today on our audit and the ACFR for our fiscal year 24 audit. Heather Briggs was our CLA principal, and Max Pfaffenberger was our CLA director. Both Heather and Max continue from prior year audit. So they were very familiar with Arlington County, the schools, and our ACERS, or the Arlington County Employee Retirement Fund. Most importantly, this evening, we finished our year with an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion. We had 3 big changes this year. The Gates partnership was a component unit for many years, but this year, Gates no longer qualifies as a component unit as they have satisfied their loan and borrowing credit borrowing, and their fiscal dependency has ceased. Therefore, this year, we show Gates in certain areas where prior year comparisons are required, but generally they're not included with the ACFR. The second thing is all local and state auditors received federal guidelines of what to include in our federal monies audit, or the single audit, the CFA section. This year was different, as there was a delay from our normal spring issuance to the end of November issuance for these federal audit guidelines. This has caused us to split the timing of the audit into the ACFR and the CFA, so that ordinarily you would have seen the CFA tucked into the back for an extra 10 or so pages. This year, the ACFR does not include it preliminarily, but around the timeframe of early January, once they have completed those guidelines and do have the rest of that audit completed, we will receive that second part. We're still in compliance of all of our compliance with that splitting. The ACFR is posted online at this point in time, so you can certainly view it there. And the final will be printed in January. We'll distribute that final printed copy to you. Also, in January, we will be issuing our very first PAFR, the popular annual financial report. Yes, it's exciting. A couple of the reasons why the PAFR is popular: it highlights and delivers the same financial data. However, it should be in about 10 or so much easier to read pages. It'll have some nice pictures and the same financial data, except it's just in an easier to understand language, graphs, and pictographs. In short, instead of a professional financial audience, as the ACFR is written for, the PAFR is more focused on an educated resident as the reader. The PAFR will also refer to the reader to the ACFR for additional detail. And just as a note, the ACFR is externally audited, but the PAFR is not. So with that, I now invite Greg to present our fiscal year 25 audit.
Good afternoon. My name is Greg Miller. I'm a principal with CLA. There should be some slides coming up. We can proceed to the next slide. First, just a little bit of gratitude and appreciate y'all having me here this evening to walk through the audit for fiscal year 25. And thanks to management for getting us the information to do the audit. We can only audit the information that management gives us. So we appreciate getting that information on a timely manner in order to meet the deadlines for filing the financial statements. As well as all colleagues back at CLA that help work through and get through the audit process. Next slide, please. So to overview and kind of the purpose of the audit. So in front of you is a document which we kind of just talked about why it's a little bit lighter than it has been historically, but management puts together that document every year, and those are the financial statements of the county. And historically and normally, it would also include the single audit in the back of the act for the annual comprehensive financial report. So management puts that together. From an auditor standpoint, we follow the AICPA's auditing standards, and then as well, we also follow the government auditing standards and the APA specifications for audits of counties, cities, and towns. So those are two additional layers of professional auditing standards that we have to apply to the audit of Arlington County's financial statements based upon the nature of what the county is and as a government and a government within the Commonwealth. And then that second piece is of the single audit that's governed by OMB's compliance supplement based upon the uniform guidance. That compliance supplement is that 6-month delay that was mentioned earlier. They typically aim to issue that in the May timeframe. It got issued, I think, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. So although you don't have the single audit in your act for this year, no one has, clear across the country, no one has that in their financial statements at this point in time. So the overall purpose of an audit is for your audit firm, us as CLAs, to express an opinion as to whether management compiled the financial statements in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles and that they have been complying with state and federal requirements as it relates to the restrictions imposed on those revenue sources received from those, whether it be state or federal resources. Next slide, please. So from an overall audit process standpoint, we start with an overall risk assessment of the county, assessing inherent risk as it relates to the type of activities the county might get into, new transactions, that type of stuff. Then we get an understanding of what those internal controls that management can place around those type of activities to kind of mitigate some of those risks, if you will. And we will get an understanding of those. We can test those controls, both from a financial reporting standpoint, which is the process of how the numbers get into those financial statements, as well as from a compliance standpoint on, hey, as we're spending this money, are we also complying with the types of restrictions that were applied on it from state and federal resources. And then after that risk assessment process, we design further auditing procedures to help substantiate the balances and the dollar amounts that are flowing through the statement of changes. And at the back end of that, we review all the evidence that we've been obtained and formulate our opinions on the financial statements and then report out the results of that audit, which is part of our conversation today. Next slide, please. From a results standpoint, we're pleased to say that we've issued unmodified opinions on the financial statements. So unmodified is the professional term for a clean opinion. That's the type of opinion that you are looking for on your financial statements. It's the highest level of assurance provided from an audit standpoint. We did not have any material weaknesses that we identified during the course of our evaluation of internal controls, and no significant deficiencies were reported within the financial statements. As we've hit on a couple times, the 25 compliance supplement is delayed, so we're working through that currently, now that it's out, updating our testing from a single audit perspective to get that out and back as soon as possible. Next slide, please. With any audit, there are required communications. The professional standards require there's certain points that I hit with you guys. So from that standpoint, I'll draw your attention to note 1 to the financial statements. That is the note that describes the significant accounting standard or policies and procedures of the county, how revenues are recognized, what capitalization thresholds do you use for capital assets, what's the useful life, how do we depreciate those assets. All that's discussed in note 1 to the financial statements. For fiscal year 25, the main GASB, which is an accounting that sets the accounting standards that the county follows. The new pronouncement for this year was GASB 102, which deals with certain risk disclosures. That standard did not have a significant impact on the county's financial reporting for this year. Additionally, as previously mentioned, the Gates partnership used to be presented as a component unit in the financial statements, and that relationship has changed during the course of the year and is no longer listed as a discretely or a component unit within the financial statements. So that technically, from a professional standpoint, is a change in reporting entity, and that's been reflected in the financial statements for this year. Additionally, there was a change in accounting estimate. So last year, GASB 101 was implemented, which is compensated absences. Kind of changed the way that amount is measured and reported into the financial statements. And this current year, the schools changed the way they did some of that estimate. So that's been disclosed in the financial statements as well for that change in accounting estimate. Next slide, please. And over the course of conducting the audit, if we were to have any difficulties with management, whether that's interpretation of a way to report a particular transaction, or the way to do this or do that, or just difficulties in obtaining information, management not being open and forthright in our communications back and forth, we would be required to communicate that to those charged with governance. I'm pleased to report that we did not have any of those type of scenarios. It's been a very cordial business relationship between CLA and the county. Auditing standards, sorry, I had a couple more on there. I'll wrap it up quick. I got the cue. During the course of the audit, if we do identify any differences, we track and maintain any of those differences, and if there's any significant differences, we would propose adjusting journal entries to management. So we did not have any proposed journal entries for management to then consider whether to post or not post. So that's another report card that you put on the kitchen fridge, if you will, from that standpoint. And then lastly is any communications with any other consultations with any other CPA firms, and we're not made aware of any other consultations that management had with other CPA firms. And with that, I will wrap my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, this has been always an impressive amount of work that goes into that. And if I remember correctly, we always wanted to find a way to produce a version that's more popular, like a little bit abbreviated, etc. I don't know if we have made a lot of progress on this, but I hope that we do.
In January. We have. You'll have it in January.
Good. Yes. Awesome. I wanted to make sure. That's amazing news. And by the way, I have to say it's one of the very few documents that we issue that has all the mission and vision statements of Arlington County on one page. And people will appreciate that. We have a very nice vision statement from 2002. I'm not going to repeat that. But we have an amazing mission statement, too, which we don't repeat often. And it's very short. It says, high-quality service. Awesome. I like that. So, colleagues, any questions here? Ms. Coffey.
I'll just comment that a year ago or 2 years ago, I did not know what a PAFR was, but it came up in the audit committee as a request because while our nice booklet of financial data and information is really important for us to have and for us to go through this exercise every year, to ask our community to digest that is perhaps a little ambitious. And so I am really excited for this shorter version and to be able to kind of move some of this complex financial information that is so important and so critically foundational to show that we are running the county well and that there's nothing, shady or suspicious going on in our financials, move that a little bit into the more, layman's domain. And so I'm very grateful that we were able to get that implemented. And I think, I'm certain the audit committee will be delighted come January. So just thank you. And thank you to our internal DMF team as well. I know that there's a lot of collaboration that goes on, and it's not insignificant work, even when it is external technically. So I'll pass along.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? I have only one that's kind of a perennial one. So we issue bonds. We spend money that is approved to spend from these bonds. But more often than not, we have residuals. And these are monies that are, limited in how they can be spent because of the language and the allowances that the bond issuance brings with them. How do we account for them? How do we control that? control the flow of expenditures from these committed monies.
Sure. The bond funds are kept before they're spent. They're kept in special SNAP accounts, and then as the projects progress, those are spent, and then we immediately, within that month, are going back in and doing the drawdowns on those monies. So we are able to do those drawdowns as they are specified by the bond documents and according to specifically what type of projects were allowed. So we do those drawdowns just as quickly as we can as the progress is made on those projects.
Thank you. Any other, Mrs. Payne?
No, just as the, completion of my first year here on the board, I just want to, again, thank both our colleagues, Ms. Cunningham, Ms. Coffey. I know they've served admirably as our liaisons on the audit committee as well, and to you for providing this really good report, which I'm not a finance person, but I'm going to have to digest here. But to know that we are ethically sound, that we are strong financially in a good position, and that we are responsible is good news. And I think how we kind of streamline and tighten that up for digestion of our community, so they can take it all in because they're watching, is critically important. So thank you for all your hard work, and I'm very appreciative.
Yeah. We're also AAA rated.
That's right.
We are also AAA rated, which is not a minor accomplishment these days. So, and by the way, I have to acknowledge that page 11 has one of the most comprehensive but concise explanations of how do you keep your AAA rating. It's not an easy thing if you read it. Mr. DeFerranti?
Sorry, you kind of triggered my mind a little bit. I think there are about 3,100 counties in the United States, and I think that about 100 or 200 of them have AAA bond ratings, but 15? You already said it, so under 50.
That have AAA.
Yeah. So, sorry for not listening as well as I should have. Our community does not all know that we are AAA bond rated. The sky is not falling. We have a good, solid financial basis. Thanks.
Right. It's an excellent way to save money, by the way. So thank you so much for this year. I look forward to January for a lot of reasons, but one of the most important is to see the ACFR popular version. Good.
Thank you.
Moving on to more fireworks.
Thanks.
Presentation. Mr. Manager.
Well, no, I have an additional item today, which speaks a little bit to some of the fiscal issues that we brought up last month at closeout. So I know I've talked to all of you briefly about this, but I felt it was important that I give an update to the community. When we did closeout for fiscal 25 last month, I know we were all surprised and a little bit concerned about those slim margins we had on revenues and expenses. And the things that were really driving that were sort of macroeconomic conditions. So, the regional trends, plus what we saw with federal job losses, which you talked about a little bit earlier in this meeting. We've had rising unemployment and some consumer sentiment that's softening, have really impacted our local tax revenues. So as of right now, we only have 4 months of finalized consumption revenue numbers for fiscal 26, which, as you know, started on July 1st. And our consumption tax data shows, and that's economically sensitive, that as of right now, we're about $8 million below those levels that were assumed when the board acted in April. Okay, so that is, in my 20 years of working for the county, we've never been in that situation where the current fiscal year we're in shows softening revenues for, those are the consumption taxes. And realizing, of course, that has a potential impact on schools since we share some of those revenues with them. Also, on our real estate tax information, we are also currently estimating about a $5 million below where we were with the adopted levels. And I think you can talk a little bit about this later, but we also have seen some reductions in federal funding, most specifically for the Urban Area Security Initiative funding. And, it's not certain what's going to happen, but we should expect some additional impacts from the federal government for the rest of the fiscal year. So on the expenditure side, as I mentioned last month, we're continuing to see pressure for housing grants and eviction prevention and our overtime for public safety and healthcare. The reason why I wanted to bring that up and emphasize that is that we're going to start, we have 6 months left in fiscal year 2026. And as I mentioned last month, we're slowing down on capital projects. We're going to delay, we still plan on doing it, selling our bonds, but as I've been going through the preparation of the fiscal 27 budget, I'm having a conversation with departments about holding off on discretionary expenditures such as travel, non-mandatory training, and we're going to not put in a hiring freeze, but we're going to do a hiring slowdown, which will require checking before we actually provide job offers to people to make sure that they're critically needed. And I'll be back next month with an update on where we are with our real estate assessments for the previous calendar year. And then that obviously leads into the budget in February. And I know you'll have more conversations this evening when it comes to budget guidance as to what we're doing, but I felt it was important that I at least lay that out for you. So next up, I wanted to talk briefly about the Arlington County Government 2025 Annual Report, which the county board clerk is now going to hand you a copy. There are six copies in existence in the universe. I have one, and there's 5, one for each of you.
Oh my God.
And I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it, but I will tell you that there is one consistent item in the report, which is the picture of Mark Schwartz from 10 years ago. But this year, and I'm proud of all the work we've done. We have close to 60 pages that summarize all the work we do. And I know Chair Karantonis and I had a conversation. We're going to see what we can do. This is a big deal. We do a lot of things that are incredibly important, and I'm so proud of all the work we do. And I think that we don't do enough to toot our own horn. We're going to talk a little bit about putting this in a different kind of format for next year. But perhaps a popular version of the county manager's report. So I really encourage everybody to read it. You'll see in the message that I included up front, while we have an enormous number of achievements, this has been a year, I think, punctuated by uncertainty and stress for many people in our community. And I don't mean to diminish that. So I know that when people are reading this, you'll see a lot of the great things we've done. But I did want to make a point, which I know the board chair has made at the beginning of every board meeting this year, which is that this has been a very stressful year for our community and members of our community, especially an immigrant community who find themselves facing existential threats. And while we acknowledge that and we've done the best we can, we still have, I think, a lot of things to be proud of in our community. And with that, I get to what is probably my favorite part of the year, which is our year-end video. Now, we have the Arlington Video Group, which is part of the county manager's office and works with Erica Moore, who is our assistant county manager for communications and public engagement. Spends a lot of time culling through all the video footage we have from the past year to try to put together, in about a 3 or 4 minute span, a summary of everything that you did. So we are going to unveil this, and I think that, again, it'll give you a taste of what happened this year. And so my favorite words that I say to close out my final manager's report of 2025 are, roll the video.
Fire Station 8 still being here and all of us being in this room to recognize it is critically important.
biggest pride event that the county has sponsored, so we're just really happy that Arlington proper is showing the love.
I knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
Class 2 Grand Plaque recipient, Arlington.
We don't just build parks, we build community.
Celebrate Juneteenth!
David 2.0 is coming.
When we first started this taco journey, it was anything but successful. But if you have the opportunity to do something, take it.
Lucky couple who won a free wedding at the Arlington Public Library. Here are the newlyweds, Katie Letty and Vincent Bauer.
I would like to acknowledge those who have been impacted, including the many federal workers and immigrant Arlingtonians who are affected by federal actions right now. Arlington County stands ready to support you.
It's a wrap.
I think that our logo will shape into a heart at the end. Thank you so much, Mr. Manager, and to everybody who worked on this, especially everybody who made all this possible, which is our county staff first and all the volunteers, etc. We really, really, really are very grateful and appreciative of the service. And you know, we look forward to AVA 2.0 to tell us how awesome the effort will continue to have to be in order to make this happen. How many business lines has Arlington County as an enterprise?
We're over a couple of hundred. And so, yeah, I think that...
so that's something to behold.
Yes.
This is not... Sometimes they say, you know, government's like, you have to run the government as a business. Show me a business that has 200 plus business lines, distinct and different, from social services to, you know, keeping the place safe and fixing streets and feeding people. So thank you so much for that. I think we will be distributing widely. It may affect our federal grants. But, you know, at some point we have to show spine and determination and do what we think is right. Thank you. We are... yes, Mr. Strain, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to... You ready to go, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
that's good to hear. Just briefly, I think, you know, over the years, many folks know that I have a keen eye, I would think, for communication and marketing. And I just want to again lift up what our Cape team, Erica, I see you here, in the entire team, what y'all are doing and how we tell the story about Arlington. And, you know, everyone does not get opportunity to see what goes on behind the scenes. And I will tell you, I was getting some goosebumps here from some of the imagery. And however you disperse it, I know you know how to do it, but thank you for the team for putting this together, because this tells a really positive story for Arlington. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I'll be very quick, but it's so easy in a year like this one to forget half the stuff that has happened. we've been very busy. Our community has been very busy. And I think seeing some of the things that are incorporated here is such a good way to remind us just the depth and breadth of things that we're doing all the time. And, and to remind us that January and February were, in fact, somehow less than a year ago, despite feeling like lifetimes. So it's, and looking through the report as well is a similar kind of thing where it's like, oh, yeah, we did do that. It's so cool. We have such negativity bias as humans where the bad stuff really does stick out twice as much as the good stuff. And I think maybe it's worth us all spending a little time reading and focusing in on the good stuff that we did this year, because we did a lot of good stuff. It's worth celebrating a little bit as we continue to wade through all the other parts of the year. But thank you.
Mr. Referenti? Or didn't see?
I think Ms. Coffey said it really well. It's a darker, there's not as much light in the day, and it's December, and it's good to remember the positivity and think of the good things that we've done as we re-energize after a lot of work. Thanks also to Ryan Hudson, in addition to Erica, you and the team.
Thank you. Any other comments? Big thank you. I really feel like the county logo melts into a big heart to include everybody who worked so hard, 3,500 or more than 3,500 county employees, thousands of teachers, thousands of people who work in our public schools, people who show up and do it with a lot of conviction, and most importantly, with love for this community. I got this year to learn again how critical it is, besides the general sense of duty and professionalism, to actually love the place and love the people, and do that with that attitude. And when something doesn't go as we want, or a challenge arises, that we had this instinct of thinking, how is it going to affect others, the constituencies, the many communities? If I had to pick up one amazing effort, because it's intellectually so intriguing, is the mapping of vulnerable communities and vulnerable population here. This is worth a deeper dive for everybody. Thank you for finding the time and having the stamina to do this work finally after a very long time. So thanks everybody for this. We will look at the video again. We will capacitate and recapture this. I was very intrigued to see that it started with our affordable housing delivery, 11,000 something units. That's what, 12.8, almost 13% of the total rental stock in a place where more than 65% of the population lives in a rental apartment. So that's something to be extremely proud, and I like to brag about that, but I know how difficult it has been to get there. Thank you. So we are recessed until 6 p.m. for 1 hour. When we will continue with our meeting, part of which is also my swearing in. So, thank you. Priya, thank you for coming. How are you?
Since Takis is getting sworn in, he bought everybody dinner, right?
I hope so.
I would hope.
I think that's the rule.
Are you ready? Is he? We're going to begin shortly. If everyone could take their seats, please. Good evening, and welcome to the People's Convening location, our county boardroom. We're thrilled to have you. Happy holidays, and I hope that we can all take a minute to celebrate and appreciate Takis Karantonis. And so we should start off with a hand for this extraordinary human being. And I hadn't really planned it, but extraordinary in your programs, you will see that Takis can converse in 8 languages, which is almost at least 7 more than I can do. So it is extraordinary. Takis also has such great experience having led what is now Eco Action Arlington and Columbia Pike Partners. That's just a few of the amazing things that he has done over the course of his career. But first, before we begin, the dangerous attempt to try and introduce all the elected officials in the room. So I will ask you to point if I miss anyone. We have all the colleagues, all the members of the county board. You have Maureen Coffey here. And I will encourage you, everyone, each time applaud, but do so briefly so we can go on to the next. We have Susan Cunningham here. We have J.D. Spain here. We have, and I'm just going to go back through this side, we have the mayor of Falls Church, Letty Hardy, here. Thank you for being here. We have, and I'll try and see if I can cover everybody. We have the Commonwealth's Attorney, Parissa Degani Tafti, here. We have former county board member Mary Hines here. And the chair of our school board, Bethany Zecker-Sutton, here. We have our superintendent of public schools, Francisco Duran, here. We have newly elected school board member, incoming school board member Mo Bryant here. We have school board member Zariah Tapia Hadley here. And I think that is most everybody on this side of the room. We have Sheriff Jose Quiroz. I'm so used to seeing someone there keeping us safe that I just didn't know. So, thank you. So on this side, coming to this side, I'm super grateful. We have a couple of candidates for the Arlington Democrats, Chair Tony Weaver and Paul Ruiz. Please excuse. We have Clerk of the Court Paul Ferguson here. We have our Treasurer Carla De La Pava here. We have County Manager Mark Schwartz here. Newly appointed County Attorney Ryan Samuel here. And there were some hands. Did I miss someone else in this group? I think I've got most everyone. So we have a lot of great people with us this evening. So now we will turn to Kittis Ebenezer, and if you will help lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, I'll do it with you, so you're all good. Come on up. I'll make it easy. And so if we could all stand, please, and face the flag that's right over here, and we will do it as a group on 3. 1, 2, 3. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You can be seated. We have a great program that is quintessentially Takis. There's a poem, I believe, later in this. And thank you, Kittis, and to all of us who joined in the Pledge of Allegiance, which perhaps has a particular poignant meaning to it in this moment. So now, Chair Karen Tonis and Electoral Board member Kimberly Phillip are going to come up, and Ms. Phillip, excuse me, is going to present the election certificate to our chair this year, Takis Karen Tonis. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone. This is a great turnout, isn't it? All these people, all these faces in the audience. So thank you for coming out tonight to honor Takis. So Takis, this is to certify that at a meeting of the Electoral Board of the County of Arlington, held on November 13th, 2025, on an examination of the official records deposited in the office of the Clerk of the Circuit Court, it was ascertained and determined that at the election held on November 4th, 2025, Takis P. Karantonis was duly elected member of the County Board for a term commencing January 1st, 2026 and ending December 31st, 2029. Witness the following official signature and the seal of the Board of Arlington, Virginia, this 13th day of November, 2025. Congratulations, Takis.
Congratulations, and I leave it to you on the second one whether you want to get that framed, but I know you worked hard for that. So, thank you. Before we administer the oath of office, Takis would like to do something a little bit different, and I can tell you, many of you in the room know that the amount of work that is involved in campaigns is a huge amount. So we have Sarah Florence and Austin Locke from Chair Karantonis' campaign to provide an introduction in a way that only they can do. Come on up.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining us tonight. My name is Austin Locke, and I had the pleasure of serving as Takis' campaign manager during the primary.
And I'm Sarah Florence, and I had the honor of serving as Takis' campaign manager in the general election, where our margin of victory was bigger. Working with Takis this year gave us both something rare, a front row seat to what community looks like when it is lived, not just talked about.
When we say Takis loves Arlington, we don't mean it in the campaign slogan kind of way. We mean that he treats this place like something fragile and precious. Something worth fighting for, something worth showing up for, every day, in every moment.
And this year, our community needed him in ways none of us saw coming. He began the year responding to an incredibly traumatic event, an aviation disaster above the Potomac that claimed 67 lives. In the hours after the crash, Takis didn't think about politics. He thought about families, he thought about neighbors, and he thought about the first responders who raced towards danger. That is community.
A few months later, when our immigrant neighbors faced inhumane ICE raids, Takis once again showed up. He was steady, he was calm, and he made sure people knew they were not alone. He worked with leaders across the county to ensure Arlington sent a very clear message. This is a place of safety. This is a place of dignity. This is a place where you belong.
And then during budget season, Takis fought alongside community advocates to get resources for the thousands of federal workers in Arlington who were fired. He listened, he brought people together, and he never let the conversation drift away from those who would be most affected.
Through all of this, Takis was also running for re-election. But here's the thing, he never acted like it. He didn't take a break from governing to campaign. He didn't stop serving so he could focus on politics. He just kept doing the job because public service isn't an obligation for Takis. It's a calling. It's a fundamental part of who he is.
We saw how community is not built by accident. It is built by people who make a choice again and again to be present, to listen, to protect, and to lead with humanity.
And tonight, as Takis is sworn in again, we honor not just the role he holds, but the commitment he brings to it, with humility, with consistency, with love for this county and all who call it home.
Arlington is stronger because Takis fights for it, and we are better because he invites all of us to join that work.
Takis, we know you'll keep showing up for the big moments and for the everyday work.
Takis, congratulations on your next term, during which Columbia Pike's construction will finally be finished. Thank you for showing us what community looks like in action. We are so proud to stand with you tonight.
Thank you, Sarah and Austin. I'd like to welcome up Paul Ferguson, which a few of you may know has done a few swearing-ins. Before he's all the way up here, come on up, Takis. There's one other former elected who served on the school board. Monique O'Grady is here. And always give respect to folks who serve on the school board. But come on up, and we're going to have the oath, and then Takis will make remarks.
But I need my fantastic wife.
Lita's going to come up and help, yeah. All right.
I cannot do these things unsupervised.
Agree. Agree. It's an honor to be able to administer the oath to Takis. I think this is time number 3 now because we had a special election and then you had just recently completed a 4-year term. Takis succeeded Eric Gutschall on the board, and I wanted to just remember him this evening. I'm wearing one of his tie that Renee gave me that Eric wore himself. So I know how close the two of you were, and I wanted to mention Eric tonight. I don't want to take anything away from the celebration. The skill and joy that you bring to the job is something that we all enjoy watching, and we're going to enjoy having you lead us for another 4 years. So Takis, would you please raise your right hand? Do you, Takis P. Carantonis, solemnly swear or affirm that you will uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution and laws of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and you will faithfully and impartially discharge all the duties incumbent upon you as a member of the Arlington County Board for a term commencing January 1st, 2026, and ending December 31st, 2029, according to the best of your abilities?
I do.
Congratulations once again. I need you to sign. Thank you, Takis.
I told you it's hard to do these things unsupervised. I have swearing-in remarks, which I always, it's that writer's block that happens when you realize that you have so much to exchange and to convey, and you don't know where to start. And sometimes you don't even know where to end. So I hope I got it somehow medium right. It's like medium rare. So reflection on what just happened here. It's a personal thought. The moment I responded, I do. This is a moment that remains really emblazed in my memory. Everything concentrates in this unique point. Who I am, where I'm coming from, who I just pledged to serve. All this goes to this split second that you say I do. And at the same time, it's something that expands. It's an enduring and an unconditional commitment and statement of responsibility. None of us, there are several elected officials here. Thank you so much for being here. I need your companionship. All of us who have been in elected office should never, ever mistake this moment as some sort of a trophy or, a shiny accomplishment. This is always a very somber moment where you embrace your community and ensure that you will uphold your oath and promise that no matter the circumstances. And God knows, this year was just a plentiful, a full of a ton of circumstances where anything could go wrong, but it didn't. And we will see why. So you honored me with this opportunity to serve again. So far, one lesson that I learned is that this oath is unique, and honoring it to this fullest extent is the very definition of purpose for me. Starting with my dearest partner in life, my wife Lida, whose sacrifice and patience and love cannot possibly overstated. Patience was underscored. And then there is the community of the people who supported and voted for me and persuaded others to vote for me across Arlington. Everybody who has embraced me, challenged me, encouraged me, an immigrant, a political late bloomer, who happens to love this town. This is true, Austin and Sarah, and our people as much as and as deep as you all do. Other lessons is that behind all politics and campaigns and work on issue and seemingly endless community work, there is a community with whom we share values, for sure. But first and foremost, it's that love thing. We really love our Arlington and our people. Sarah, Austin, Kiddist, all of you here tonight are part of this fellowship. That fellowship that makes Arlington so unique of a community that we all call home. Building this kind and welcoming, inclusive, caring community is not a buzzword here. It translates into action. It is an attitude. There is an Arlingtude. And yes, goes beyond brown flip-flops, way beyond. And it forms character for sure. So my re-election shows and proves that we as a community, we really care. We care about housing for all. And we are ready to reform and take courageous decisions, even if they need to go through a long and arduous public process. At the end, we actually care to do hard things. We really care about employment, about working people's rights. We care about prosperity for the many and not only for the few. We really care about giving the best possible prospects to life for our children by continuing to support our excellent public school system. I'm so honored to have so many school board members and the chairwoman of the school board and the superintendent here. We really care about the well-being of our neighbors, food, shelter, physical and mental health, all the above. And we show this in very practical ways. We build over years methodically a social safety net that deserves the name. And we are responding, as you have heard already, on unprecedented challenges. When federal employees are persecuted and their service is insulted, when our immigrant neighbors, my neighbors, are denigrated and violently mistreated and intimidated every day, even on our streets, this community has their backs, and I know that. You enable me to have their backs too. We really care about justice and equity and repairing and healing decades of inequalities. When we talk about community safety as a core value, we mean safety for all, And we're literal about that. And this also means that safety is based on building a place where justice and trust and accountability are handshaking. So at the community level, so that we don't need to police it in the traditional way. We really care about our place on this planet. And thank you for all my green friends who are with me today. And our responsibility for future generations. We know that what Arlington does to fight climate change to a cynic may appear like a drop in the bucket, but it's an important drop. And not primarily because of its impact, which may be only local, but because for what we do defines who we are. And as a result, it defines the values that drive us. I'm so proud to see a piece of Arlington in most, if not every official in our region. Thank you, Mayor, for coming today. Especially our neighbors and regional partners. It's not because we want to claim some sort of bleeding competitive edge. Sometimes we do. We like to lead. Okay? But it's mostly because it's really satisfying to find ourselves in good company in our region, to be aligned, working together on what really matters for our residents and constituents. Like we saw today, we just endorsed TMV Moves, which is the future of funding for Metro, which is so important for all of us. We also care about building the physical community around us in neighborhoods that are complete, that are connected, that are diverse, and offer space and place for accomplished full lives to happen in them across all ages, across the entire county, and for all people from all walks of life. So we really care about continuing to be a place of opportunity. Not a place that is closed and defensive of some sort of comfortable status quo, but a place that dares to be open, to welcome opportunities, to welcome those who will build the future here. Paul, you remembered my great friend Eric Gottschall, who always challenged me to stay focused on the future. That's his line. And in times like now, where the fabric of our very republic, our democracy, our human decency, the rule of law, and the constitutional order are daily under fire, Arlington stands for the very assured representation of what we mean when we say resilience. In a recent conversation with Dr. Duran, our superintendent, he suggested I should say something about my Greek roots in this ceremony. Right. I should show how valuable of an asset diversity is for Arlington. And that, of course, comes from the superintendent of a school system that is one of the most diverse in the nation, that we can be proud that more than, 90 languages are spoken at home, and yet we build them together to build a future here. So in response to this wise suggestion, and as the first elected member of this board with Greek roots, here's what I carry with me as my heritage. I have a very strong take on what democracy, demokratia, means. It means actually exactly what George Mason wrote in the Virginia Bill of Rights about 250 years ago, that all power is vested in and consequently derived from the people, that magistrates are their trustees and servants, and at all times amenable to them. So it also means that on any attempt to infringe on these rights of our people, from whomever, much less from an aspiring tyrant and a federal government that has long left the shores of the Constitution and the rule of law, the answer is, and will continue to be upright and resounding, no. No, we're not going along. In Greek, it said, ochi. We are going to stand our ground, defend our neighbors, and not budge. Where I come from, no comes with marathonian endurance, an Olympian motivation to fight, resist, and overcome until democracy, the power of the people, is restored. It's been an honor of my life to have been on the same ballot this year with the first female governor and the first immigrant lieutenant governor in Virginia. This was an amazing honor and something extremely symbolic for me while we are fighting to take back our democracy in this country. It's also the honor of my life to have earned your confidence and support in the best American tradition. You know, there is one phrase, one line in the Declaration of Independence that I like a lot. It's the absolutely last one, where the signatories pledge to each other their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. So this brings me back to the meaning of the oath I took tonight. It's a mutual pledge. It's actually an agreement and brotherly embrace that we care for each other, and we stand for what's right, and we'll fight for it. So thank you. Ευχαριστώ πολύ. Muchísimas gracias. And I conclude my remarks with that. So, thanks. Did I say fight? Good. So, did I say fight?
We'll all stay for more if you got more. So, two thoughts came as Takis was sort of leaving his heart with you and sharing his heart with you. And one is, I didn't know for 45 years of my life the word empath. And then I learned it. And if you've been with Takis at an event, you know what an empath is. Because if there are 10 people sitting there, he will look at each one and say something specific to that person, which is great when there are 10 people, not as great when there are 50 people. But I would rather have someone who cares this much, like this extraordinary person leading us. We are all lucky. And so congratulations to all of us for someone whose life story is the American dream. And the only other anecdote I'll share is that, you know, this year I learned for the first time that in the city that I lived in after I graduated college in Houston, Takis was stopped multiple times at the airport by ICE. So his story is the lived American dream. And the people in this room all know that. We can all be proud of our own stories, but Takis has lived it, and Lita has helped make it possible. So please, particularly as it's important to me right now, give Lita a hand because she serves with Takis. So to close and get to the promised poem, Courtney LeBlanc is here to read her poem, Etymology of Home, to close us out. Courtney LeBlanc is the author of her 4 full-length pieces, and Takis is going to share with you a little bit more about why he chose her. So over to you, Takis, to finally introduce Courtney and help close us out.
It's not good for a politician to introduce a poet, but it's a sign of humbleness. Poets are, you know, in Greek poetry, actually etymologically means creation. You create something. Artists here in Arlington, they spoke the truth. They continue to speak the truth. We need to embrace them a lot more. They are subversive. They are the people who make us whole in difficult times. We escape in their warm embrace of their thoughts, their creations. And Courtney, a few days ago, read a poem in a nice room with a lot of good people in there. And I fell in love with the poem. I mean, this was a really important impact for me, so I wanted to share it with you. Thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Etymology of home. Arlington, proper noun. Etymology. From the Old English personal name Alfred plus Old English ing meaning called after, plus Old English ton meaning estate. Estate named after Alfred. Sometimes I forget the place I've called home for 16 years is considered Southern. We wear the Mason-Dixon like a corroded crown, floating just above our head. This summer, I'm reminded Virginia is indeed in the South. Sweat rivers down my back as I hike my dogs through the park, the canopy of green providing little relief. Robert E. Lee once lived here, named his home Arlington, and in true Southern fashion, Confederates are honored here. Gone now are the statues that once watched over the city squares and grassy picnic areas, the losing side somehow still presiding. It's not hard to draw parallels from then to now, the unrest that haunts our country like a hungry ghost. I try to not lose faith, but we are a country that so often clings to the wrong things. Money, greed, success measured in the square footage of our homes, the size of the sparkle on our ring fingers, the color of our skin. Still, I love Arlington. The sun tiptoeing across my skin as I walk my dogs through the streets I've memorized, the neighbors I know by name, the ones who water my garden and get my mail when I'm gone. Here is the first place I felt I belonged. Here is the first place that felt like home. Here is a place I will fight for.
Thank you for coming. Don't follow a poet either. I think that's important. And just before we close, let's just, to the county office staff who put today together, could you just raise your hands? Thank you, David. Thank you. Please join us in the atrium for refreshments and fellowship and hang out, but for 13 or 15 minutes because we're starting at 7. But more seriously, as you go to your holidays, may your heart be light, and may you remember this public servant and the public service that Arlington believes in. Thank you.
There must be a, sorry. Technically, we are still in session, so I don't need to actually gavel us in. Thank you for accompanying me in my swearing-in ceremony. We are going to proceed with the one item that was pulled from the consent agenda last Saturday. Mr. Kushner, can you please call the item?
Item number 9 is a use permit review for a private school, which is Tyndale Christian School for up to 40 students located at 712 and 716 North Barton Street.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, on to you.
Yes, I'm going to turn it over to Cedric Sutherland, who has a brief verbal presentation. Over to you, Cedric.
Oh, there we go. All right. Good evening. Again, my name is Cedric Sutherland from CPHD. With me tonight, I have Mr. Anthony Fusarelli, Planning Director. This is a one-year review of a use permit for a private school for up to 40 students located at 712 and 716 North Barton Street. The site is zone R5 with the GLEP designation of low residential. The existing use on the site is a private school for up to 80 students. The use permit was originally approved in June 2024 with a 6-month review. At the 6-month review in December 2024, the use permit was renewed for 1 year. At this year's January meeting, the county board approved an amendment to the use permit for up to 80 students with a scheduled review in July 2026. As such, the county manager is recommending a renewal of this use permit for the private school for up to 40 students for 7 months to July 2026. This will allow the subject use permit with the scheduled review for the 80 students, at which time staff will make the amendment for the 80 students the prevailing use permit for the school. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have any advisory? No. The applicant, yes, sorry. I just was looking at my script. So, any presentation? Yes.
Yes. Hi, Evan Pritchard with Wire Gill here on behalf of the applicant. We don't really have a presentation, but we wanted to be here tonight in case you had any questions. We're thrilled with how the school operations have been going, and we understood this item was pulled from consent for reasons that are more about the process and notice and not really the use, but we're here and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay, fair enough. Then I assume, Mr. Clerk, that we can go directly to public testimony. I think, is there anybody who?
Yes, give me just a moment.
Okay, please call the speakers.
Our first speaker on this item is John Musso, followed by Mr. David Andrew-Konis.
Mr. Musso.
Good evening, members of the County Board. John Musa, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. I'll be quite brief. On behalf of the Chamber, we urge you all to please approve the renewal of this use permit. As I mentioned back in the January hearing right before the board, we strongly support Tyndale Christian School's ability to grow and thrive in Arlington, and the renewal of this use permit and the renewal of the use permit amendment in July is crucial to ensuring that they have the foundation in which to plant roots in Arlington and grow. So we urge you to please renew this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musa. The next speaker, please.
Yes, our next speaker, speaking for 3 minutes, is Mr. David Andrikonis, followed by Ms. Ann Bodine.
I'm David Andrikonis. I'm going to speak my time. I don't think I need to speak.
Okay, Mr. Andrikonis. Then we have Ms. Ann Bodine, who I saw here before.
I see Ms. Bodine is joining us virtually.
Are you ready for me, or we're waiting for Mr. Andrikonis?
Nope, you're up.
Okay, so first of all, congratulations to the chair. I was just there at your inauguration, and you all look fabulous with those flags. So I'm speaking tonight for Lion Park Citizens Association. We had numerous, I would say, inconsistencies and some process issues, some of which were on our part with these various use permits. And frankly, we did not even know that there were 2 use permits in effect that were running concurrently. We were very confused when we learned about this. And we also learned about it, frankly, too late to get any real input from the neighbor. So what we're saying is we have no objection if you renew this sort of as is, but we reserve the right to review the actual use permit. We didn't have a chance to gather input from the neighbors, and that would be consistent with our need to give you an actual informed review. So what we're saying is go ahead and please approve this with no changes. But then going forward, we'd like the board to commit to a few conditions just to make this process go smoother for us in the future. So that the board would tell us no later than May 2026 to give us an update on the 2 concurrent permits and any requested changes. And then to explain to us why we could not combine and have only 1 use permit, and then we would be discussing, is it 40 or 80 people? I mean, there should be a continuing process about that. And then frankly, the third and probably most important, we've had several changes kind of midstream on these permits where we would get the terms of the request, and then we would take it to our meeting and get a vote, and then we would go back and find out the terms have been changed. That's happened to us twice. So we also asked the board to commit to giving it to us, and we can discuss this, with staff who've been very helpful, making sure the process works so that we are not having the terms changed on us midstream. So with that, we're fine with the approval, but we would like you to sort of address these concerns and help us fix the process going forward for the next permit reviews. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bodine. The next speaker?
Yes, our next speaker is Ms. Stephanie Vogelsang. Vogelsang.
Ms. Vogelsang.
Thank you. I think I can give my time back.
Okay. So
and
there are no other speakers, right?
No further speakers.
Right. Colleagues, the discussion is now with the board. I don't know if there are any questions, clarification issues on this. Mr. Spain.
There's and the applicant's here. So has any time since we approved the previous permit, has the Lion Park Citizens Association reached out to you? Have you had meetings with them?
I regularly attend the Civic Association meetings, yes.
Okay, thanks. And I will just say before we move forward on this, that I am, shortly after we approved the use permit back in January, I took the opportunity to put an invitation to go by the school and actually walk the school and visit with the teachers and the students. And I heard they're at capacity now. And so thank you, Dr. Johns and everyone for your invitation to come over there and see it firsthand. I have not heard, quite honestly, any complaints thereof coming to date. So I'm looking forward to moving this, and I'm great.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, I think I just want to confirm with staff, Lion Park is asking for substantive updates by May. And I think that would be in line with our usual use permit review for the 80 student use permit. Is that right?
Yes, we'll typically reach out about late April, early May timeframe for reviews coming up in July, which will include the Tyndale use permit for 80.
Great. So we should be all set on that, which is good. I know this has been a little confusing. I think we had conversation amongst ourselves around why continue the 40 use permit when y'all are enrolled at 80 and have a separate use permit for 80 as well. And I think we'll be able to clean that up this upcoming summer and get everything a little easier to understand going forward. But we appreciate both Tyndale and the community for bearing with us during kind of this interim period where it was good and important that we got you all started with 40. I'm so glad to hear that with 80 you're fully enrolled, and then we will make all of the pieces come back together so that we can continue from July in a more normal kind of approach.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Ms. Cunningham.
My question's also for staff. I think the other request from the Citizens Association is that changes after you've presented, avoiding changes after they've received the terms and presented them to their community. Can you share a little bit about what happened and how we can avoid that in the future, or is that likely to reoccur?
During the initial application period, we shared the application with the community. During the initial review for 40 that was approved in July 2024, the applicant initially asked for 100 plus students at the site. Mm-hmm. During the course of our review, zoning notified that there were some changes in the parking striping that made the property out of conformance with their parking. So that reduced the parking on site, which staff then went back and kind of calculated what would be the most appropriate amount of students for the site, which really reduced the intensity of what the applicant initially asked. And the applicant also did go to the Lion Park Citizens Association prior to submitting an application to solicit their approval, and I followed up with them, and they confirmed that. So we didn't expand what was they already voted on. We reduced the capacity.
Okay, and so it is our goal and typical approach is to share with the Civic Association the latest and greatest. In this case, there were some extenuating circumstances and maybe some miscommunication. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I would ask for a motion if there is one, if there is no more substantial conversation or discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be happy to move this. I move that we renew the use permit for a private school, Tyndale Christian School, for up to 40 students with a county board review in 7 months, which is July of 2026, located at 712 and 716 North Barton Street.
Second.
It's moved by Vice Chair DeFerranti, seconded by Mr. Spain. Is there any other discussion on the item? I don't see any. Then I will take a vote. All in favor of the motion of Vice Chair DeFerranti, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? None. The motion carries. Thank you very much We will meet again in July 2026, next year. Hopefully far warmer, yes. Mr. Clerk, the next item that is before us, it's a regular hearing item.
It's our first regular item. Number 43 is fiscal year 2027 budget guidance.
No. So this is actually one of the important final items of the year. Is when the county board directs the county manager gives direction and guidance to the county manager for the preparation of the budget for the next fiscal year. As you all know, the budget season for each fiscal year begins exactly the first day after the budget is adopted in the previous fiscal year. So we are so to say, middle of the road today already, or we are in the final stretch towards what is typically a February release of 1,000 pages of our $1.7 billion budget. So the county board, when data and when we have data about the performance of the last fiscal year, that closing always in July, but we get the final data here with a closeout discussion that was last month, at our last meeting. We get them between October and November. And when we have some estimates about how revenues and expenditures are performing this fiscal year, the current fiscal year, we're approaching the middle of the road of the fiscal year 2026. The county board then has enough information in collaboration with staff, to provide the county manager with guidance to prepare the fiscal year 2027, the next fiscal year budget. And so this guidance is in the form of a document, which I would ask our county board clerk to put on the screen so that we can browse through that. And I invite board discussion. I don't believe that I need to read the document all together, but it's a document that shows our concern about the deterioration of our revenue and expenditure side. So we are looking into significantly more challenging and fiscally narrowing situation for next year. So the board has given already some guidance here. This is a document that we have been discussing and we consensuated between us. So I invite colleagues to make comments on that. I can give a rough overview of that. The document says that given the financial and economic uncertainty, of which we have a lot, not least because of the federal chaos right now, the county board directs the county manager to propose a balanced budget based on the financial forecast provided at the November 2025 board meeting. The proposed budget should provide options for the county board's considerations. These would include on reductions and efficiencies, reduce and delay capital projects, and lower near-term debt costs or create additional reserves, consolidate or adjust programming at public facilities, restructure social safety net programs such as housing grants to manage total expenditure growth while still protecting those most in need, reduce direct support for special events in our community, reduce long-range planning capacity, reassess and restructure art and START transit services, consider reductions in other non-critical functions that may not listed above. So this is the first part. So on revenue increases, if we can go to the next page. We asked the county manager to consider, while preparing the budget for the next fiscal year 27, to consider whether an increase in the real estate tax rate will be appropriate, to look at adjustments to the business, professional, and occupational license tax, people tax, to look at adjustments to the personal property and business tangible tax, to look at adjustments to the meals tax, to enhance enforcement on existing metered parking, to look at the adoption of higher fees to offset general fund appropriation, and to provide policy option and multi-year approach to concessions and other non-traditional revenue sources. Further, the county board directs the manager on two big buckets. One is personnel, to fully fund, and this is an important decision, to fully fund collective bargaining agreements and the loss of federal funds for regional public safety, the WASI. This is the safety initiative. What does the WASI stand exactly for?
Urban Area Security Initiative.
Yes. And SNAP error rates. But these are penalizations on our SNAP, the nutrition assistant program, for whatever errors when we provide SNAP for somebody or we are mistaken. There are small error rates, then we pay a small penalty for that. Present compensation proposals for employees not covered by a bargaining unit, taking into account inflation as measured by the Consumer Price Index W, minus W, both in year estimates and in rolling 10-year average. That's to be very precise about what we mean when we ask to take into account inflation when we discuss compensation for our employees. And W stands for wages. It's a specifically formulated consumer price index. And include options that address increases in healthcare and other benefit costs, including changes to county and employee contribution and plan design changes. Then on programs, where possible, to prioritize reductions that do not disproportionately burden vulnerable community members. This is extremely important. Secondly, to include funding and/or present funding options for the following affordable housing priorities and social safety net priorities, including the possibility of restructuring some programs, including caps or eligibility changes. This may affect housing grants, affordable housing investment fund, eviction prevention funding, homeless services, food assistance, permanent supportive housing, including options for addressing potential loss of HUD funding, and real estate tax relief. Third, to provide programmatic updates on the following as part of the proposed fiscal year 2027 budget: economic resiliency, including the commercial resiliency initiative that's ongoing, innovation grants and small business support, youth well-being and after-school programming. Next page and last page. Mental health services, climate resolution implementation, equity resolution implementation, childcare, including updates on state requirements such as the Ready Regions, which is a Virginia program, and subsidy programs and Vision Zero implementation. Also technical guidance here to include climate impact in each departmental budget. And then in the bigger bucket of revenue sources, to provide the board with a summary of one-time funding that is available, including the stabilization fund that we the funding of which we increased last year, and any available contingency funds and options for the fiscally sustainable use of these sources over a multi-year period. So the stretching of this funding where it exists, and provide the board with a summary of programs that are funded with one-time funding in fiscal year 26, including exploring options to transition to ongoing support, either wholly or partially. These include the Longbridge Aquatics and Fitness Facility, about which we discussed a lot last year, and we saw that it is at the end of its the current financial runway with Boeing money, net tax support for that, after school programming and climate action. In addition, with regards to Arlington Public Schools, to regional obligations and partners, we direct the manager to provide funding to Arlington Public Schools consistent with the principle of revenue sharing, and apply the county school revenue allocation reflected in the fiscal year 2026 adopted budget, which was 53.2% for county and 46.8% for schools. And that before any proposed changes to tax rates. Secondly, to fund WMATA Metro at levels that are consistent with potential solutions, including in the COG DMV moves adopted resolutions, which we have endorsed earlier in this meeting tonight. And third, to prepare an analysis that will adoption to adoption of memoranda of understanding between the county board and constitutional officials on funding levels, services provided to to county human resources, services provided by the constitutional office to the county, facility costs, employee benefits, etc. So this was a lengthy document, 3 pages long, but it's detailed, and we hope that it will be helpful. So, colleagues, I invite your comments on this. Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, for those who didn't join us earlier in the evening, the manager provided a little bit of an additional update on our fiscal outlook for the active fiscal year, that both our consumption taxes and real estate taxes are missing the projections that we had that made our fiscal 26 budget work. And that really is kind of, I think, the color going into budget guidance this year. This is guidance I don't think any of us want to be giving, to seek reductions and additional revenue, but realistically, that is where we are. And I think, you know, one of my additions has been really working to prioritize reductions that do not impact our already vulnerable community members, because I think there are many ways to slice and dice our budget. And to me, good government is about taking care of people. There's a lot of people in our community that have a lot of very important needs just for daily life: food security, housing security, taking care of their children, making sure that they can just truly survive. And there's a lot of people in our community who are doing really, really well. And when we have to make hard decisions, I personally just really want to prioritize making sure that those people who are just fighting to survive right now are not the ones who are also getting hit by reductions in services and support. I think the sooner people start kind of having those mental reflections in our community, the better our budget discussions will be come the spring, because I don't think there's any way around having to pick and choose which trade-offs we are willing to make this year. I think it is a choice of what we are willing to give up, not if we are willing to give anything up. So it's tough guidance. It took us all, I think, a lot of work and coordination and collaboration to get to these 3 pages, but I think they are right for the moment, as difficult as this moment is for us.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. I see the light of Vice Chair Ferret.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. I guess the balance is exactly what you shared about the most vulnerable is the view that I want to bring to the budget. So it was a busy week. The phrase "do not disproportionately undermine the most vulnerable" doesn't capture the level at which I want to be focused on the most vulnerable. Most vulnerable should get more resources than those who are not vulnerable. And so that will be my guiding light. That doesn't mean that everyone shouldn't be served, but that's just, you captured well the thought. You know, the one addition that I would make is we're about to, the next item, we're going to make a political choice to invest in our police and fire in a big way. $10 million in this budget is a big investment. I supported that investment. But if we're nickeling and diming those who are most vulnerable while we're spending $5 million each in ongoing on our police and fire, I'm going to ask us to have this is a fiscal storm, and I'm going to ask us to stretch out some of that piece. I just stretch out some of that response. I'm going to be fiscally responsible. But to that end, I guess I'd love to just see if the DMF team and the manager could just help me to make sure I understand a couple of numbers. We have $11.5 million in a fiscal reserve that does not require repayment within 2 years. We have another $21 million that does require repayment within 2 years. Do I have those numbers right? Okay. Yes. Roughly. Yes. And then today you just shared more pain. I think we're I don't know the exact numbers under, 6 million under?
Yeah, the split essentially was about, overall for the county, it's 7 million short, for schools about 6 million. Because we have that share.
Yeah, so that's a lot. They're pausing the HUD-NOFA, but the HUD-NOFA would cost us $4 million. And I don't think anyone on this board is going to walk away from the homeless. I don't know that we would pay all of that, but there's other programs that are certainly at risk. So those are big challenges, I guess. I don't know if one other thing I want to say is that on schools and on schools, almost every budget year I have said invest more in schools. This year I think we're in a different space if we have to reach revenues. If we have to reach for revenues, I think our county budget is in more difficulty than the schools, but that will be partly determined by whether the state invests in addressing JLARC. And so just as we should anticipate the pain on federal side, I'd ask us to keep in the orbit, that we might get some relief on the state side, both on that and also potentially on Metro. This is all optics for our conversation. I just wanted to share a couple of those kind of thoughts to see if I'm oriented right. I think that's there are other pieces of the work that we'll have to engage on further. But I think that's most of the big picture thoughts that I have. I don't know if is there a way forward, Mr. Manager, on describing both the need to be fiscally careful here while also keeping the 10 million in ongoing that we're doing for public safety and keeping our relative strong balance of the 31 or 32 million that we have? Like, is there a way of keeping all those multiple truths that seem to lead in different directions in the same orbit, so we're not fighting over 25,000 here while not reaching big ongoing expenses, on the other side of something?
Is there a way? There probably is, but given the draft guidance you have here, I would say that we have a lot of balls to juggle at the same time, and so we'll just have to see how that lines up. And I will say, I think you said it, and Ms. Coffey said it, which is that it's going to require, we'll give you choices that you rather not have, but we'll give choices. We actually, that's what you pay us to do. So, yeah, that you can have them remain in orbit together. Other things will have to re-enter the atmosphere.
Sure. Thank you. It's sort of an imponderable, but I hope that's helpful. At least for me, if the choices get painful enough, I will be wanting the most vulnerable to come first, because I do not believe that this fiscal storm is a 5-year fiscal storm. I'm not saying it won't, our federal budget and deficit is a mess, but I do think it will not be as bad in 3 years from now. And that doesn't mean it will be all hunky-dory, but the 21 million, if we get to cutting for the most vulnerable, I will be interested in that money over a 2-year period, keeping in mind that my assessment of DC has done great things, but they've also built a budget that is currently structurally unsustainable, I believe. So thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair DeFranti. Ms. Cunningham, I see your light.
I think there are two pieces I'd like to lift up. One is that we are still living in a time of great and potentially growing uncertainty, and that's for our residents and our businesses as well as our county. And so as we step into this, and I am so grateful to have the partners that we have at that end of the dais to help us think through the many different trade-offs there. But I hope as we step into it, we're thinking deeply about how our businesses, our employers, and our people are also facing uncertainty in their daily lives. And that may be working to get more creative about making expenses predictable or having payment plans and that sort of thing, so that we can make sure that those who are contributing can do so in a predictable way. Likewise, as we've been doing, continuing the adaptive reuse and the work with our businesses to fine-tune their operations and their use of facilities. And then for the county operations specifically, I know we talked a lot during last year's budget about potentially earmarking projects to pause or to be even more conservative. I think we did do a great job putting reserves aside to help manage through this uncertainty, and I think we'll continue to need to keep that thought there. And I know that you're already, as you shared earlier today, beginning to not quite freeze, but very much slow hiring and slow anything that is able to be slowed, because the signals aren't great. Could turn now that folks are back at work, but even core expenses like our healthcare plan, our legal costs and that sort of thing, I think all of us need to be really working at how can we systemically address those so that they don't grow over time. And then finally, I wanted to return to some of the partners that we work with. I know in the budget guidance, we talked about constitutionals who, while their work is in theory, for the Commonwealth, we have to make up gaps frequently to make sure that they can eat and have a roof over their heads. So the work to do MOUs with our constitutionals to really understand what's most valuable to them and make sure that the value is there for everyone will be extremely important. Our school partners, we worked a lot over the last 2 years to try to help them with their structural budget challenges, and I'm really pleased where they've gotten. And as you say, the revenues are falling short for both of us, so we still have more work to do there. And then perhaps most importantly, with our General Assembly, we can't do all of this completely on our own. The WMATA work, the schools work that's been kind of deferred for some time, stabilizing our workforce, and then continuing to support economic development so that we can be an engine of growth for the Commonwealth while meeting the incredibly important safety net gaps that are occurring. So I'm looking forward to spending lots of time together. And I know that while there are really difficult trade-offs and challenges ahead, we have the right team to weigh those, to share them with the community, and to get to the right answer in a challenging year.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Mrs. Payne.
Well, thank you. You've heard a lot. And quite honest, I'm going to put this in two buckets just based on my observation. And we have spent some time together as a board thinking about and realizing the moment that we're in. And of course, there's a lot of uncertainty, so we have the fiscal risk and actually somewhat what you may call a structural budget gap and what's coming from the county manager, right? Our expectations aren't looking good. That's just the bottom line up front. So how do we continue to keep our AAA bond rating, right? Which is critically important to us in this level of uncertainty, given that there's a $35 to $45 million weakening of our revenue stream. I look forward to the conversations because I know there are going to be many, county manager, in the coming months and days ahead. And you're going to give us options. So I look forward to this. But there's also a theme that you can pick up on, I think, from my colleagues, a couple here, and where I'm going to land is, our most vulnerable in this moment. I am of the train of thought where it's people over programs. And I know too many folks, and I'm sure many of you do as well, who are finding themselves, whether they're going to pay rent, or whether they're going to buy food, or whether they're going to have to leave and live out on the street in a car. And if we do not kind of really look at that closely and monitor it closely with some of, in the near future, we could possibly expect to see a significant increase in homelessness, not just here in Arlington, throughout the region. So we need to protect some of our core services and our most vulnerable at the same time while looking at trade-offs. I get that. When it comes to personnel in general, I think where I'm at right now is, layoffs do not sound good to anyone. And I, quite honestly, don't want to lay anyone off who works for Arlington County government. I think we need to find options there because that is difficult. So look, I look forward to, moving in a positive direction. We have made some significant investments in public safety and fire. And, the public needs to be aware, again, to the trade-off. If you want these critical services and we want a good market and great services rendered, then it may cost you a little bit more. So I know there are going to be some options perhaps down the road, right, that we may have to consider, because I'm proud to know that we have, our fire and our police department right now are some of the highest paid in the region. And that's good, right? But that's also going to cost the taxpayers. That's a reality. So we're resilient, we're thoughtful, and I think I look forward to the conversations and our efforts not to leave anyone behind during these very trying moments. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Only two remarks from me. Everything has been said. Not everybody said that, but first of all, I really thank you all, the staff of the Department of Management and Finance, for thoughtful, timely, and well-positioned, continuous feed of data that help us understand what the underlying challenges here are. And that has been over time, over several years now. You gave us early warning about the weakening of our commercial market, of our office market. We just cannot make up for the weakening of the revenue side. Right? At the same time, there is no question that the demands on the program side, especially for those who are the most vulnerable, are solidifying. Nobody's better off right now, so people really need it. So that tension field we'll have to navigate in this budget, and this is extremely important because it's not only this budget, but also budgets that will come. I share with Mr. DeFerranti some optimism that things will get better at some point, but right now they are pretty challenging. And I do believe that we are shifting a little bit our gears of our economic model. So one thing that I'm and at the same time, I completely align with everybody, of all my colleagues who said, yes, we want to be very clear in supporting the most vulnerable Arlingtonians. No question about that. To keep these programs up, to make them, to keep them sane. I mean, to keep them, whole, financially viable, which is by itself a challenge. But for that, we need to also think about how to structurally change them so that with the same resources or with less resources, we can still provide the same type of service. So one of the biggest challenges here will be not only finding where, the ever diminishing fat is in the budget, if there is any, but how do we rethink the way we deliver services? How do we rethink the way we deliver services? How we make it more efficient, better targeted. So this is an exercise that I find this year will be dominating a lot of our conversations. Just with the decision that we have in the next item, yes, we have been. This board has given a strong signal of a significant increase in compensation for our police and fire department. But at the same time, we're asking these departments to rethink the model of how they deliver services so that while we pay the firefighters and our uniformed services in a better way, they know that we cannot expand this forever, so they have to review and improve the service delivery model so that we can afford it. And that's across the board and with every single other program that we will have to deal with. So I'm definitely not easy discussions, and I want to thank you in advance for extremely hard and focused work in the next few months. That will help everybody, not only us, our community as well, to navigate a challenging situation that gets even more challenging with the federal uncertainty and chaos that is hitting us every day. So, colleagues, any other discussion on this? Then I would like to move that the county board direct the county manager to prepare the fiscal year 2027 budget based on the document titled Direction to the County Manager for the Preparation of the Proposed Fiscal Year 2027 Budget. Is there a second?
Second.
It is seconded by Ms. Coffey. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Nobody is opposed. The ayes have it, so this is unanimous. This budget guidance is now a direction of the board to the county manager for working on the fiscal year 2027 proposal. And with that, Mr. Clerk, we can move to the next item.
Of course, item number 44 are resolutions regarding good faith commitment to appropriate funding for the tentative successor collective bargaining agreements with the Arlington Coalition of Police and with the Arlington Professional Firefighters and Paramedics International Association of Firefighters, Local 2800.
Right. Yes, thank you, Mr. Kushner. Colleagues, as a reminder, we received a presentation and conducted the public hearing on this item at our November meeting. So this is now the moment where the discussion is with the board. So are any comments? I see Ms. Cunningham's, no, it was vestigial. Vice Chair Ferranti.
I was going to go ahead and put a motion on the table.
Okay, that's fine, right?
I move
Go
that we, unless, and we can speak to it afterwards, I just, there's not a lot of suspense on this one, I don't think, but I move that we adopt the resolution attachment A of the staff report regarding funding of the tentative collective bargaining agreement between the Arlington Coalition of Police, ACOP, and the County of Virginia, Arlington, Virginia, as set forth in the ACOP Physical Impact Study, and secondly, that we adopt the resolution attachment B of the staff report regarding funding of the tentative collective bargaining agreement between the Arlington Professional Firefighters and Paramedics, International Association of Firefighters, Local 2800, IAFF, and the County of Virginia as set forth in the IAFF Fiscal Impact Study.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
It's seconded by Board Member Cunningham. Any further discussion? I don't hear any. I don't see any. Then I will call the vote. All in favor of the motion of Vice Chair Ferranti, seconded by Ms. Cunningham, please say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? This carries unanimously as well. Thank you. Mr. Kushner, the next item, please.
Item number 45 regards lockup Arlington self-storage at 3138 10th Street North. It's a two-part item. The first is a rezoning from C3 General Commercial District to C-TH Commercial Townhouse District for a property located at 3138 10th Street North. Part B of this item is a use permit for unified commercial and mixed-use development consisting of a 5-story self-storage facility with ground floor retail with modifications for density, distance between functional entries, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development, again located at 3138 10th Street North.
Thank you, Mr. Kushner. Mr. Manager,
Yes.
don't lock up yourself.
Yes, here we go. Okay, so with me this evening is Kevin Lamb and Bryce Johnson. Kevin's going to make the presentation and turn it over to you, Mr. Lamb.
Thank you. It's a hard push. Thank you. Good evening, board members. Again, my name is Kevin Lamb with the Planning Division, and tonight I'll be providing a presentation on behalf of staff for the lockup self-storage project. So this project does consist of two items. The first is a rezoning for a small portion of the site from C3 to CTH, Commercial Townhouse District. And the second part is the actual use permit for the Unified Commercial / Mixed Use Development, also known as an UCMUD, consisting of a 5-story self-service storage facility with ground floor retail. So the site itself is located at 3138 10th Street North in the Clarendon area. The site is currently occupied by a vacant 4-story office building and associated surface parking. The existing zoning is both CTH and C3, and this small corner parcel is the property that is being rezoned to CTH in order to facilitate the redevelopment. In terms of the general land use plan, the site is designated primarily service commercial on the GLUP, with a small area along the southern edge of the site designated low-medium residential. The site is also subject to Note 12 Clarendon Revitalization District and is therefore subject to the Clarendon Sector Plan. So the Clarendon Sector Plan outlines a future vision for Clarendon as an urban village with a high-quality, walkable public realm and a rich mix of uses. So to achieve this vision, the sector plan establishes standards for development related to things like density, use mix, building form, retail frontages, and streetscapes, many of which are actually codified under the UCMUD zoning ordinance regulations. Therefore, as an UCMUD subject to these zoning ordinance regulations, this proposal advances these standards for building form and street activation. So the proposal is comprised primarily of storage use and around 7,000 square feet of ground floor retail for a total density of 3.35 FAR. The building itself is 55 feet and 5 stories and has actually been designed to resemble a 4-story multifamily residential building to ensure compatibility with the adjacent properties and also create the illusion of a smaller scale building. A total of 18 parking spaces are provided and 3 loading docks are located along the public alley, which support both the storage and retail uses. And the applicant is requesting the 2 modifications listed here. So this is an image of the proposed site layout from the ground floor with the building oriented towards 10th Street North and sited to the back of the sidewalk. The ground floor itself consists of the retail spaces, the self-service storage retail sales area, and several storage units. Meanwhile, the upper floors are comprised solely of storage use and units. The site includes 2 surface parking areas that are partially covered by the upper floors of the building. So this main surface parking area is accessed from North Irving Street. The public alley frontage on this side features 3 parking spaces as well as the 3 loading spaces here. So the proposed commercial uses are consistent with the sector plan use mix guidance for the site, while self-service storage facilities are not a typical form of development in the major corridors of the county. Market trends do indicate an increasing demand for storage units post-pandemic. So this growth can be attributed to several factors, including the rise of remote work and home offices, office downsizing, which creates business storage solution or needs, and the increase in freelance and transient work requiring flexible storage options. In addition, rising rental prices, as well as the trend towards smaller residential unit sizes, have made personal storage a convenient amenity, as well as a complementary use, especially in dense urban areas. So in terms of density, the applicant is requesting additional density. As established by the zoning ordinance, UCMUDs can achieve additional density through the provision of affordable housing. So the zoning ordinance specifically allows a cash contribution to the Affordable Housing Investment Fund, calculated at $15 per square foot of additional density, adjusted for inflation. So as a result, the applicant is providing a $1 million AHIF contribution to achieve that additional density. Elsewhere, the proposal aligns with the maximum building height recommendations of the sector plan. It also meets the recommended build-to line along 10th Street North, as well as the corner with Irving Street. The proposal is generally consistent with the frontage types as outlined in the sector plan for all 3 frontages, though the applicant is requesting this modification to the maximum distance between functional entries on 10th Street. And then in terms of streetscapes, the proposal aligns with the recommended 14-foot total streetscape on 10th, and then the 12-foot total streetscape on North Irving Street. So again, a total of 18 parking spaces are provided, with 11 allocated to storage use and 7 allocated to retail use, which does meet the minimum parking requirements. In terms of loading, the applicant is also providing the required number of loading spaces, with 2 allocated to storage and 1 allocated to retail. In terms of loading in the public alley, so all of the loading activities are located along the public alley, and each loading space features its own roll-up door. So this exhibit here kind of shows the truck turning movements from trucks coming off of 10th Street North, backing into the loading docks. And then these show the existing and proposed cross sections of that public alley, showing that the public alley is being widened by 3 feet further into the applicant's property. So overall, the proposal is consistent with the sector plan and advances several key county goals and objectives. So first, to earn that additional density, that the applicant is providing that $1 million contribution to AHIF. In addition, while the proposal does not directly contribute to increasing the housing supply, we do recognize that storage use is complementary to urban residential living, where space is at a premium. In terms of transportation, the project provides streetscape, and pedestrian infrastructure improvements on adjacent streets. And then lastly, the project will provide certain green building elements, such as electric vehicle parking, 10 years of energy reporting, improved energy efficiency, and bird-friendly glass. So kind of similar to the typical SPRC process for site plans, this project was reviewed by the UCMUD Review Committee, which included representatives from various commissions listed here, various civic associations, as well as the adjacent condo building. So during the UCMUD Review Committee held back in September, members expressed ambivalence for the proposed storage use at this location, but did acknowledge the demand for these uses in urban areas. Most members appreciated the architectural design and compatibility with adjacent uses, but expressed concerns about the lack of green building certification. So in terms of community correspondence, the adjacent apartment property owner did submit a letter early on providing comments related to potential impacts on the shared use of that public alley, mainly in terms of parking, loading, and trash activities. C2E2 also provided a letter stating the project does not sufficiently advance the county's goals for carbon neutrality. And then finally, the Lion Park Citizens Association provided a letter urging the county board vote no on the project. So following the UCMUD Review Committee meeting, the project was heard at the Transportation Commission, where they voted 9-0, recommending approval. The project was also heard at the Planning Commission, where they voted 8-0, recommending approval. The Planning Commission also passed a motion to study potentially expanding self-service storage uses to zoning districts other than CTH and industrial districts where they are currently permitted. So to conclude, staff recommends adoption of the rezoning ordinance as well as approval of the UCMUD use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lam. We will hear from the applicant. Thank you for joining us tonight.
We have a presentation from Mr. Justin Yap from the lockup.
Thank you, County Board, and we appreciate your time this evening. With me, I have Bob Sudan, also with the Lockup Self-Storage, and we're in town based in Chicago, Illinois, so thank you for having us here. I'd like to take a quick moment here to thank all the staff and the review committees and the citizens of Arlington who we had a chance to meet with over the past year. We've been engaged with dialogue, had the opportunity to attend a couple Citizens Association meetings, and really feel that this application and site plan that we'll discuss here shortly has come together in a way that's mutually beneficial, not only for the county, but for the lockup to serve its future customers and develop at this location. So with that, Kevin, I believe you have the presentation. Thank you. You can go to the next slide, please. So let me first say about why self-storage and why the lockup. So the lockup has been developing and operating self-storage facilities for the past 50 years, and we've owned over 90 at one point. Today, we own and operate 50 facilities across 8 states. And at this location specifically, we viewed a very high-quality opportunity to deliver something that can contribute to the continued growth of Arlington and really feel like we contribute to the urban fabric of this community and corridor. At this site, within 2 miles, there are only 2 self-storage facilities that comprise less than 1 square feet per capita, 1 square foot per person of self-storage space. That compares to an average of 7 square feet you see across the country in comparable areas. So in our experience, this is an extremely underserved area for our use. And just take a step back, what does self-storage offer its customers? As Kevin already mentioned, in some respects, an extension of their home, facilitation of life transitions, and for businesses in particular, at a site like this, we operate in similar dense areas in Chicago and Honolulu. So we also anticipate businesses, local businesses or community organizations that want to serve their customers more efficiently and with more streamlined operations. That's what self-storage offers, its nearby neighbors. In this case, about 90% of our customers we anticipate will come within 2 miles of this location. Next slide, please. So the existing site, today, the NAFCU building is a Class B 4-story office building that is fully vacant. NAFCU or NAFCU vacated the building at the end of 2024 due to a merger with another organization that relocated their operations into Washington, D.C. According to the Clarendon Sector Plan, the building, as you see here today, does not meet the current sector plan requirements. Most notably, in the bottom left photo there, you'll see the above-ground utility improvements, a very narrow sidewalk along a busy 10th Street North corridor, and a very narrow landscaping strip. Those are just 3 things to point out that currently exist today with this site. Next slide, please. So here is the site plan rendering of the building footprint, and importantly, along 10th Street North, the street trees we look to contribute and add to the streetscape. In the time we've spent with community organizations, we recognize how landscaping and specifically tree replacement and tree canopy goals can be met. And so as you can see here, we intend to meet those goals with tree replacement and meet the 20-year tree canopy goals. In the bottom right, again, a reinforcement that we will extend the streetscape specifically along 10th Street North from a varying width of 8 to 14 feet to 14 feet across. Next slide, please. So, as mentioned, in accordance with the Clarendon Sector Plan, we believe this redevelopment does meet a lot of the goals, some of which I've already mentioned, but I think the topic worth noting here is that this is a mixed-use building with first-floor retail and self-storage above. So not only in the sector plan does it meet the streetscape goals of redevelopment along with the facade look from an architecture point of view, but we also intend to activate this section of the corridor along with the future redevelopments that are coming into play and undergrounding those utility poles I had previously mentioned. The second topic that is worth mentioning here is related to traffic. Self-storage as a use is widely recognized as one of the lowest traffic generating uses in commercial real estate. This is due to the intermittent visits that our customers have on a, again, irregular basis to the facility. But acknowledging the comments not only from staff, but from community organizations and the review committees, we've looked really hard at the site plan to see what we can do to accommodate those concerns. So in that respect, we shifted all the loading spaces to the public alley. We improved the truck turning radii, as Kevin noted in his exhibit, and made sure that in the intersection of 10th Street North and North Irving Street, the curb extensions, improved ADA accessibility, and the immediate improvements for pedestrians that we anticipate using and revisiting this building. Next slide, please. So as you saw on the cover page and Kevin had in his presentation as well, these are the renderings from 10th Street North, from the North Irving Street and the public alley. This is the work of over a year of discussion with not only staff, but our review committees and architects also on staff to achieve, again, a look that we are proud of and one that we're excited to own long-term, but also meets the Clarendon Sector Plan goals. And our architect is on the Zoom call if there are any questions with respect to the design specifically. Next slide. So on sustainability and green building, a lot of discussion we had at the green building representatives from the county was how can we help meet the county's goals with a use that is already very efficient. With self-storage, it may not surprise you that temperature controls are a lot more efficient than a normal office building or retail building. So in that discussion with this green building representatives, the conditions that are on the screen now are what we intend to achieve. The most important, I think, is the energy use intensity performance benchmark. We intend to bond with the county about $85,000 to ensure that we meet and exceed performance that is better than 18% of the median baseline. So we will work towards, in that respect, reduce carbon footprint and more energy efficiency. Outside of that, again, the conditions are on the screen, and I think it's worth noting that we just recognize the county's goals, and this is in an effort from our perspective how we can meet and proceed and contribute to that future. Next slide, please. And then to wrap up, the community benefits. So when we started down this application about a year ago with initial dialogue with staff, we had actually intended to proceed with a use permit and rezoning proceeding. But after further discussion with the team and Anthony up here on the dais, we understood that the best and most collaborative way to proceed is with this UCMUD review approval. And what that did is allowed us to open up a more collaborative conversation with how community benefits can be incorporated into our redevelopment and how that would work with the county. So Kevin already outlined a lot of them. I'll only add that upon stabilization, we believe that this redevelopment will add about $130,000 to the annual real estate tax revenue generated from this site plan and redevelopment. That's as the vacant current office building is, and it's actually double from where the full office building was 4 years ago. So that obviously can benefit the county in many different ways. And then the undergrounding of the utilities and improvement of streetscape. We acknowledge that across the street, there's a lot of redevelopment to come with Joyce Motors and potentially the Silver Diner site. So we look to be a good neighbor there and contribute further. So with that said, thank you again for your time, and we look forward to answering any questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any advisory group testimonies?
We do. I believe Ms. Nia Bagley with the Planning Commission is joining us virtually.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and County Board members. Congratulations on your reappointment, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
For the record, Nia Bagley, Planning Commission. I chaired the UCMUD project for the Planning Commission. For our discussion at our December 4th hearing, I suggested these 3 topics: land use, architecture, and transportation. We also discussed sustainability and biophilia. After staff and the applicant addressed our questions and concerns on these and more, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend your approval of both the rezoning as well as the use permit, along with an additional motion which Mr. Lamb outlined. I want to commend Mr. Lamb for his continued follow-up and excellent communications with all stakeholders well after the UCMUD meeting and leading up to this item coming forward to commissions, which occurred several weeks later. I'll remain online to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Bagley. So any other commissions? I don't
no other
believe
commissions,
so,
but
we have speakers, right?
We do have
Okay.
public speakers, beginning with Mr. Christopher Ash speaking for 2 minutes, followed by our 3-minute speakers, Ms. Jennifer Dean.
Okay.
Hi, good evening. I signed up for 3 minutes. I'd just like to make that clear, and I'll speak for 3 minutes. Thank you. My name is Chris Ash. I live on North Irving Street. Pleased to speak tonight. First, I'd like to express my disappointment in the Planning Commission and the board that within a 3-minute walk of the proposed storage facility, there are 2 other massive facilities. I walked it, it's true. Extra Space Storage, 3000 10th Street North. Extra Space Storage, 1001 North Fillmore. Rather than creating thriving neighborhoods, you're offering up prime space for buildings that store stuff. They don't create community. Second, I'd like to reiterate the concerns I made at the UCMED hearing. that led up to tonight's meeting earlier. The intersection of 10th and North Irving does not need additional business traffic merging onto North Irving. The current rental car facility at 3206 10th Street North, which the county does little to no enforcement for parking, idling, loading, and unloading of vehicles, puts unwelcome vehicles on the street. Our Chicago developers claim that their traffic analysis shows that there will be few additional cars from their operation. But that's not what I've seen at the traffic at the other two rental locations. As I mentioned, I can walk there in under 3 minutes to both of them. I'd ask the board to prevent the use of North Irving Street for any access to the proposed development. If the county provides North Irving access, I would ask that parking on both sides of North Irving from 10th Street to 9th Street, 9th Road North be prohibited, and that posted no standing signs be placed on both sides of the street to reduce traffic and eye-down. I'd also like to ask the county board refrain from approval pending the completion of a parking and loading plan with the county. At the last commission meeting, staff noted that such a plan was a point of contention with the developer, but they'd work it out later after the board approves it. This was flagged after residents raised concerns during the hearing. Be irresponsible to leave that to later and not have a public traffic and pedestrian plan locked in as a requirement. As a board, I would also like to call out my concerns regarding the last commission hearing. When the benefits of allowing this prime real estate to be used as a storage facility were raised, county staff parroted back the talking points the developers have used by way of community good. Where was the independent assessment of need and benefit, and how full are the other facilities that are within a 3-minute walk? I suspect it was not completed independently or with any rigor. In the time I allowed to speak, you'll be able to walk to 3 storage centers if this is approved. Where is the need for the housing we so often hear about? Perhaps people can live in their units. Also at the last committee meeting, more time was spent addressing one commissioner's desire to see the windows of the facility lit at night, and remarkably, one commissioner asking to have artwork displayed in the windows. More time was spent in energy efficiency commitments than addressing the traffic and pedestrian impact on residents we raised. Many residents believe the county has pivoted to supporting developers at the expense of residents who live in communities that are nearby new commercial developments. The questions and approach of some of the commissioners at the last meeting did not disavow me of these concerns. I'd urge everyone to watch that hearing. Thank you for considering my concerns, but please don't ram this through without addressing traffic and safety concerns. We walk the streets and drive in and out of the neighborhood. We, and not the visitors from Chicago and their traffic engineers, know what we have and what this development lacking reasonable traffic and parking constraints will do to our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ash. The next speaker, please.
Yes, our next speaker is Ms. Jennifer Dean.
Thank you, and good evening. Thank you. As you said, I'm Jennifer Dean. I'm a resident of North Irving Street. My family uses North Irving on foot and by car multiple times daily as our main access to the neighborhood. And I believe that this proposal will result in adverse impacts to surrounding streets in the neighborhoods. For safety and quality of life reasons, I ask that you refrain from granting the applicant the exceptions that they're seeking, and that you require them to submit a loading management plan before you grant any approvals. As you make your decision, I also ask that you prioritize the safety and quality of life of the individual residents of Arlington's Lyon Park and Ashton Heights neighborhoods, and prioritize that safety and quality of life at least as highly as you do the proposed tax revenue to the county and the interests of businesses. I understand that the applicant's traffic study shows that this project could generate fewer vehicle trips than the existing office building, but that study has gaps. And as the applicant has admitted tonight, storage traffic is chaotic and it's throughout the day. I think it's likely to inconvenience or even endanger pedestrians in the neighborhood vehicle traffic. There's no explanation for how loading vehicle overflow will be managed. And if somebody arrives with a U-Haul and all of the loading spaces are full and the retail spaces are taken, where are those trucks and vehicles going to go? I ask that you require a detailed loading management plan to address that with no parking and no idling near the facility. There's no accounting for the rental car facility across North Irving Street. Each of those facilities generate vehicle traffic that it's transitory, short duration, unpredictable, and I experience the negative impacts of that business daily with distracted drivers idling in the middle of the street to unload. This is only going to increase that congestion, so I would ask that you require an analysis of the cumulative impact. To the extent that any exceptions regarding ground floor retail percentages are still being requested, I ask that you refrain from granting those. If we must have this facility, which I don't think we need given the other two self-storage facilities within a very short walk, requiring full compliance with the code is more appropriate for this neighborhood and to help preserve the safety and quality of life of those of us who live here every day. Please, in sum, I ask that you require the applicant to meet code standards and to provide a loading management plan addressing the gaps that I've identified so that we can all have safe and predictable access to our street. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Are there any other speakers, Mr. Kushner?
There are no further speakers.
So if there are no more speakers, then the discussions with the board, colleagues, let's start with clarifying questions first. Who would like to go first? Ms. Coffey.
Yeah, happy to kick us off here as the person who lives closest to this site. I'm not an immediate neighbor, but I am within probably a 2-minute walk. So very familiar with the area, very familiar with the site itself. And Mr. Clerk, I think you're still sharing your screen.
Oh, sorry about that.
So, I mean, I think you've heard this at probably pretty much every step of this process, which is, I really do wish this was housing. I think it is tough as a neighbor when we have spent so much time working towards getting more housing, and as our public commenters have stated, this is a area that does have self-storage that exists, and not commenting on the need or utilization or anything like that, but we aim for a mix of uses, and it does feel particularly concentrated. So that's more commentary than question, but I think one of my questions is, my understanding is that this is lockup storage is an out-of-town entity that specifically came for this site for this purpose. Can you kind of talk through why?
Yep. Thank you for the question and appreciate it. So be it as we were out-of-town developers, but with 50 years of experience, we do try and target what we believe are exceptional opportunities in high-quality neighborhoods and areas. And because of our long-term focus of developing and owning and operating these, Arlington was something that we did spend a lot of time focusing on for market research, as well as other parts of Northern Virginia and suburban Maryland. So we continue to hopefully not just have this one here in Arlington, but we hope to grow within the region. It's still a use that, merits further discussion and is underserved as residential growth continues. So that's the reason of kind of why here. I think from the perspective of the market, we also understand that there is a good amount of housing to come in the area that has been approved and will be developed. So not numb to their reality that we can support other future residences that are on the way. So I think in that respect, we feel like we're a good blend here at this location.
I'll say too that it's a commercial use. It complements housing, and there are a lot of commercial uses that could fit here. And obviously, from a land use perspective and a governance perspective, we aren't necessarily picking and choosing exactly which commercial use. I do think that self-storage might remind a lot of us that maybe we buy too much stuff, which is the human condition, but it is an absolutely necessary part of life. Doesn't mean that everybody's going to need a unit, but it certainly means that a lot of people do. So the demand is there. If anything, imagine that this was a IKEA showroom or something like that was equally complementary to the number of new apartment units coming online. Obviously, that would have the actual traffic impacts that some folks are worried about that I don't think are remotely realistic, but it fits in with the fabric of the urban community that I think is growing in Clarendon. And this is a great operator who intends to own and operate this for a long time. I'm passionate about building housing too, but everything is not going to be a house. Some things are going to be things that people in houses need too. So thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And, the honesty, I think again, I'm not the first person throughout this process that has said this. And, I do, on shape and form, I'm glad that you all were able to work and staff pushed for something that at least feels congruent with the residential parts of the neighborhood. I think that is, a win, at least to me. And I think, it's a little bit interesting because while I see neighbors and civic associations saying that they may not support this use due to traffic and everything, I think if you were proposing a residential building, we'd also be hearing that they have concerns about traffic. So I'm not sure there's a way around that. But can you talk a little bit about kind of the vehicle traffic model and how it works with self-storage in terms of times of day, frequency, what you all are experienced, so you know what it looks like?
Sure, would be happy to. So we've been doing this since 1976. I've been doing this since 1991. So while we have hired and have at our disposal the studies that were done by our in-state professionals here, local Arlington County traffic, in our long history, what we've seen, and we've done studies based on our codes, because people have to code in to either a gate or to the overhead loading dock doors. We can see times and when people come in, and we don't really have like a morning rush or something like a restaurant would have. It generally tends to go throughout the period of the day, fairly evenly distributed. That we will have maybe a touch more on Sunday and a touch less on Sundays. But it's fairly evenly distributed. I will say that because the average size of one of our self-storage units is about, at this store, about maybe 70 square feet. Is that about right here? That's not a huge space, so people aren't bringing in massive trucks. Now, we do have some bigger spaces, but generally, the vehicles that visit us are SUVs and pickup trucks, minivans, just residential type vehicles. They will occasionally rent a U-Haul, et cetera, but our loading docks are more than big enough, and we're going to prohibit big moving trucks that move a 5-bedroom house type situation. We're going to disallow those from using our facility. They must come in a smaller truck. So evenly distributed throughout the longer day, but it is orders of magnitude less than other real estate uses.
Yeah, I'll add to, Grove Slade did the traffic analysis on this. They're a highly capable traffic engineering firm that has done a litany of the traffic studies that you all have seen on many projects over time. Those studies are scoped with DES and reviewed by DES for compliance with the county's standards and policies. They reviewed the studies to make sure that we did them correctly, that we considered all the factors that we're supposed to consider, and that was done here. And those DES professionals who are reviewing it are some of the smartest employees in the county, and they are highly capable. So I'm very confident in the results of our traffic study. And I'll add to, these are questions that we've been answering since Civic Association meetings in June. So thank you.
Great. And I guess last but related question, my building, in order to use the loading dock, you have to make a reservation ahead of time in order to prevent multiple people from, showing up with trucks all at the same time. Is there any mechanism by which you regulate or control who is using those, the larger loading dock, big truck space, or medium truck, shall we say, spaces?
We have a manager on site. They talk to people who are doing move-ins and move-outs. Usually, when there is a truck, it's because someone is doing their initial move-in or their final move-out. When they do their iterative visits, which might be 6 months between visits or a couple weeks, whatever, they'll mostly take cars and can park in our two different undercover areas that we have set up. But we do have a manager who will manage how that's going. They'll know when an appointment is coming in. We feel like, I mean, we have 3 loading spaces here because it was required. As someone who's operated these, we probably would only need 2 here, but we're doing 3 anyway. So I think we have more than we need here. So I think we're going to be in really good shape.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass this to colleagues for now.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Mrs. Spain, and then Mr. DeFranti.
Yeah, just a few clarifying questions, and I think I'm going to go to staff here. I had a chance to read through the letter from Lyon Park, and though they attest that this advances county goals, there was a question about the benefits, right? And so can you explain a little bit more about the proposed AHIF contribution, and was that the most, what we believe the most appropriate use of the additional density, and whether the project team even considered an alternative? I think there was a request in there around for $150,000 to go towards the playground or something. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. So, because it is a use permit rather than a site plan, site plans typically look at community benefits in terms of, affordable housing contribution, the green building incentive policy, other public contributions there. With UCMUDs, it's actually prescribed in the zoning ordinance how to achieve the additional density. There's 3 options. You could do historic preservation, you could do green building, or you could do affordable housing.
Right.
And what the applicant has, what option they've requested to earn their additional density is through affordable housing. So as staff, we kind of deferred to the zoning ordinance on those calculations for achieving that density.
Yeah, I think that's great, and for everyone to know, the way I view this is, we have an underutilized building at current state, and I guess this is going to go to the applicant, and probably my last question. You mentioned earlier about some market research data. I had the opportunity to sit here in your presentation to the Planning Commission a week or so ago. I was in the back, right? And can you talk a little bit about what the data shows you upon completion of this project, how soon to fill? I think you would expect you're going to go probably about 90, I won't speak for you, but how soon would it take you once you get this done? Because there's a significant demand signal that you're seeing right now in this area, extension of current homes, businesses, whatever. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure. Thank you for the question. So within our market research and our study, given the extreme kind of underserved nature, again, I would call it about 1/7 of what we see on average in other areas, we'd anticipate this facility would, quote, fill up to more stable occupancy within 2 years of opening. And so that is the ideal goal from what we see.
Thank you. That's it for right now.
Mr. DeFranti.
Thank you.
Mrs. Spain.
I'm ready for a motion. I appreciate colleagues' question. The one thing that Mr. Ash said that I'm trying to sort of fit together with what you've said, how underutilized, under self-storage per capita this area is, and his 3 minutes you could walk to 2 places. Can you just help me fit those together, keeping in mind that, sure, I would like everywhere to be affordable housing. That's just true. And I also, the amount of stuff in life, I agree with you, Mr. Cummings, that we all need to be more Spartan or whatever the hell it is. But, can you just help fit that together? And no disrespect to your business, but, can you help fit what you said in Mr. Ash's comments together so at least I understand? Because if you can walk to 2, that might help. I could see it also not being the same as meeting the market demand or whatever. So.
Yeah, and I'll start, and then Justin can jump in. So when he's looking at, the square feet per person, I think he's envisioning, the entirety of the corridor, including perhaps even the Route 1 corridor in addition, right? All of Arlington. There are 2 other facilities in close proximity simply because the county only allows self-storage in CTH and only allows it in this neighborhood. And so you have a use that is in demand, that people throughout the corridor want, and that people want even more because units are so much smaller now because everything is so expensive, so people live in smaller and smaller spaces. So it's a collision of policy and things that have been left in place since really almost the 80s, probably. Hasn't been thought through in a long time. It reminds me of elder care. We went back and years ago revised the zoning ordinance on elder care because it was completely antiquated and banned it throughout the county except for in the SD zoning district. Here again, storage, self-storage should probably be a site plan use permitted throughout the corridor. In that situation, you would not have a concentration of uses in Clarendon. They would be everywhere, fitting into wherever they can within the fabric of our community. So yes, the market is underserved, and yes, there are 3 now storage facilities in Clarendon, but that's because 40 years ago, the county decided that they should all be in Clarendon.
Okay.
The only thing I'd like to add to that is both those facilities, I believe, if I can recall correctly, one was built in the late 1990s and one was built in the early 2000s. And from that perspective, a lot of significant growth, specific dense growth, has occurred not only along the corridor in Ballston, but also through Clarendon Courthouse as well as Roslyn. So all of that falls within this catchment area that helps inform the supply per capita calculation. So I think, 3, in close proximity sounds like a lot, but given the residential growth that's happened in the nearby proximity, again, a lot of that dense, more urban type growth is what we see to be facilitated here from a demand point of view.
Got it. Thank you both for the answers. I imagine if you're Mr. Ash or Ms. Dean, this is not, may not be fully satisfying, and I also think that, I do ultimately think that you'd have more traffic if it were residential, and the 2 sidewalks, as well as the use permit nature of this. I'm ready to do a motion if colleagues are.
Can I ask one more?
Sorry.
Okay. I saw Ms. Cunningham and then Ms. Coffey.
I wanted to have a clarifying question around 2 things. One is on the zoning ordinance. I think I read in the report that we are working in CRMI to do exactly as you suggested, that we need to, our old rules are probably causing a little bit of overconcentration of this use. Can we get an update on where that is and when that change is coming? Won't affect this project, but for the community.
Thank you for that question. There was a narrative in the staff report that did speak to this. So the short answer is there is no, as of now, there's no specific timeline to move ahead that body of work, which I would say, just for context, really emerged from the thought we've been putting towards the reuse of existing buildings, particularly existing vacant office buildings. And so the impetus for this is more so thinking about how to continue to provide more flexibility for office buildings and the repurposing of them throughout our growth corridors, and not just as it pertains to this particular use. So this is something that CPHD and AED have continued to sort of have our eye on. The specifics in terms of when we can be positioned to move something forward on that, just it needs to be done in balance with other priorities and resources.
Mr. Manager, would you like to add anything about where that might fit?
Well, I think we have, I want to say this, once we work through the sign ordinance modifications from CMRI, we have a few other smaller items that I think we're going to bring back, but I think this is probably in the next tranche. So, without making a specific commitment, sometime in calendar year 26, I think we'll be able to focus on this and get back to you.
Okay, great. And I think, adjacent to that is the question of community benefits in adaptive reuse projects. And I know we've had some conversations about that as well, that the zoning ordinance as it is today wasn't really thinking about adaptive reuse. And so these aren't, those are not site plan exactly. So is that also in that next tranche of thinking about, is there some flexibility to have more local transportation or park investments that may or may not come out of that project?
Well, to be realistic about that, the conversation that we had was talking about how the adaptive reuse process has, I think, been very successful, and I really don't want to make changes to that specifically, but the question about, God, I'm going to use the, Anthony's going to be so proud of me, the externalities caused by that requires us to think about whether we should have some funding set aside to address those impacts. And I think that that might be something that we talk about as part of the CIP, but I have to be honest with you, just given all the demands we have and the challenges, that may not be something where there's actually going to be money available as quickly as we would like. But I think it's certainly a relevant conversation to have, especially as CMRI has proven to be so successful. And so I think that's a fair question. I'm not optimistic that there'll be a lot to put towards that, at least immediately.
Great. And I have two other areas, but I don't have to do them if you want to move on. One is around parking and transportation, and the other is environment. So I can.
Let's close the cycle. Ms. Coffey.
Sure. Mr. Johnson, we didn't want to bring you here tonight not to say anything, but it is a heavy, 10th Street can be pretty heavy pedestrian traffic. My understanding is because they're utilizing the existing public alley, we are not introducing any kind of new curb cut on 10th. Is that right?
And they are using the alley as well as the reusing the existing access from, I get the two streets mixed up, North Irving Street.
Okay.
So yeah, there's no new curb cuts with this. They're reusing the existing.
Okay, so we're not, the important thing is we're not introducing any new potential pedestrian conflict points. Okay. That's good to hear. And then in general, does this conform with our expectations for something that is such a heavy pedestrian zone as far as the safety engineering side? Do we feel good about that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey. Ms. Cunningham, you had still a question on parking.
Sure. On transportation, I think we heard from one of our community members, Mr. Ash, about the parking, loading, safety considerations. Can you tell us what plan is in place right now and what's been discussed with community members? It feels like this isn't enough of a plan just yet. Can you share a little bit more about that?
Yeah. So just to kind of, I'll speak to a bit to the comments that were raised. So I do want to clarify, there is a requirement for a parking management plan that's included with the use permit conditions. That is pretty typical for use permits as well as site plans. And what I think the speaker was alluding to was that I had mentioned that was something that staff and the applicant had discussed because the applicant did not originally propose that. Staff was pretty insistent that that would be included in the use permit conditions. It is included in the use permit conditions. What is finalized later is the full details of that plan. However, the applicant is required to meet the standards that are outlined online. There's like a specific checklist that has to be addressed when they submit the final plan. However, the final plan wouldn't be submitted until closer to construction. That way they have a better idea what those operations are so that the plan is more accurate and can better fulfill the intent of the condition.
Great. And I think we also heard a question about parking on Irving. And my kids went to daycare 2 blocks away, so I spent a lot of time navigating weird sidewalks a long time ago. How's that thinking going so far in terms of do you take parking away on one side or different hours or no standing?
So
what's signed there now? And then I'm sure we're going to land on an enforcement question for the manager because I always get back there.
So there's 4 parking spaces along that segment of North Irving today. In order to meet fire aerial access requirements, they're going to be removing 2 of those spaces. That's just so you have a 26-foot wide area for the fire truck to set up as needed. But when we evaluate whether or not to include or remove parking, it's really just balancing the different needs, the different priorities for curb space as well as the street space. So we don't typically just say, yes, remove parking unless there's really a need for it. In this case, it's just the fire aerial access.
Great. And then in terms of enforcement, I think what I heard was curb management in general, that maybe you double park to run in and put your box in. Can you say any more about how we're doing on enforcement there today and how much better we'll be doing before this project opens?
I can't speak to any specific concerns about enforcement that have been raised there. Just if you hear or see anything, definitely reach out. We're always happy to go enforce. That's what we're here for.
And I did want to add to that because I think this conversation came up in part over the last few weeks with the board's adoption of an alternative way to do enforcement of some of our parking. And I think you'll see more on this, and there is actually something about this in the budget direction that you just provided on enforcement. So there will be an ability, I think, to do a better job, and I'm in many of our neighborhoods, actually right now, we're not doing a job as opposed to doing a bad job or a good job, we're not doing a job. So I think that, and I know that, and I also just wanted to observe, I feel like it's North Irving Street year here at the county board.
It was Ivy Street.
Oh, it was Ivy, I'm sorry, I get my eyes mixed up. But I mean, it's the same issues with when you have residential neighborhoods really butting up against some really urban uses right along 10th Street, that those will be areas I know that will be able to devote more resources, especially if we are successful with the pilot that you've included as part of our legislative package to the General Assembly.
Great. I think my others are on environment, but I can wait.
Yes, you can go ahead.
Go ahead. So I know you guys have heard a lot from our committees and our community members about environment. You may have gleaned that, like in Chicago, it's a pretty deep passion project for our community to really truly push the envelope on climate resilience. So I see you've done a lot of great things, even though LEED doesn't quite match to this use. And I would just lift up that we would love for you as a new member of the community to really, really reach for what you can do to be the most environmentally awesome self-storage. And, we can help proclaim that and honor you and celebrate that. I think it really would be meaningful to both your immediate neighbors and the broader community. So whatever, I know you've got a lot of things already with bird-friendly glass and a little bit of biophilia, but, if you could get some renewables on there, or even just in a small kind of way, thinking about that, if you can market about, managing your stuff, and, that the fact that you do self-storage allows you to have a smaller space and that's carbon efficient. I think just really all those ideas that have been thrown at you, I think throughout all of the meetings, it really is meaningful to the community. So I know you can't necessarily commit to everything right now, but publishing your construction waste management, targets, and really will save you money too, but it's also the right thing to do, encouraging reuse or donation of stuff when people are cleaning out. And I'm sure you do a lot of those things, but if you can kind of wrap them, those are meaningful values to this community and particularly to the customers that will be coming to you. So we'd love for you to be the coolest. We like to be the best at as many things as possible. So come on in.
We appreciate those comments. Our major investor is the State of Washington Pension Fund, and they push this on us all the time as well. Yeah. So we're used to it. We have renewables at over a dozen of our facilities across the country. And we look to do all these things as much as we can.
Look out, too, because the 18% energy efficiency benchmark is a goal, and we bonded it because we worked with staff in a way that we were comfortable that we could reach it and not be terribly punished. But we may well exceed that.
Yeah,
we weren't going to promise, especially without earning any density for it or anything like that, more than that, because it would have been a stretch and it could have been a risk that we wouldn't hit it. But it is entirely possible that this facility exceeds that. And I'm interested in what numbers get reported back after this gets open, because it might be something of interest to everybody.
Yeah, exactly. So that's great. And then the last piece, and another theme I'm sure you've heard, is we're a very dense and small area communities. So you're right there at the edge of many different uses and working to be good neighbors, which I know you guys have done a lot of work in listening and getting to know our crazy and awesome community. But thinking about noise, especially if you've got trucks backing in and out, have you talked through hours of operation, ways to minimize that? That tends to be a flashpoint for our communities, when it's after 7 or 8 p.m. Just anything you want to highlight there, or anything we can do to support you?
Well, I can say for existing operations that we've had in urban areas, Justin mentioned Honolulu. We have 2 in downtown Minneapolis, 4 in the city of Chicago itself, and as well as some in the suburbs, and that we generally don't have big issues in that regard. It's the backup trucks, again, it's 90% or more. It's going to be just cars and SUVs. So we just have never really had these type of issues. If we look at our amount of complaints to police for noise and something, it's essentially non-existent in my entire career, and I've been doing this for a long time within all the facilities that we manage around the country.
Great. And then the last thing on noise is just during construction as well, and I know you'll be attentive to that, but making sure there's notice, making sure people know those really noisy moments that are coming, and just getting through it while you're building good relationships. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. Any other questions? I would open the floor for a motion if there's a...
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendation to adopt the ordinance attached to the staff report to rezone an approximately 3,916 square foot area located at 3138 10th Street North. RPC number is 19-007. Sorry. My computer said no for a second. 19-007. Let me
Mr. Vice Chair, the
scratch that
script
and
motion may
restart.
be a little bit different than the motion posted to the
Sure.
report, so if you're going to use the script, I would
I
read the
move that the
motion.
county board adopt the ordinance attached to the board report dated December 5th, 2025, namely to rezone an approximately 3,916 square foot area located at 3138 10th Street North from C3 General Commercial District to CTH Commercial Townhouse District. I further move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendation to approve the use permit for unified commercial mixed-use development consisting of a 5-story self-storage facility with ground floor retail with modifications for additional density, distance between functional entries, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development located at 3138 10th Street North, subject to the conditions of the staff report.
Assuming that this was a correct reading of the motion, is there a second? It's seconded by Ms. Cunningham. Vice Chair DeFerranti, if you want to speak to your motion.
I think I've covered through the questions and through the concerns about traffic, and colleagues have also covered, so I think I'm good.
Any other remarks? No? I have a few. I didn't pose questions because I followed this project with a lot of interest. I understand why we need to have this kind of auxiliary facilities dispersed. I think that Arlington, back when we planned the corridor, back then it was appropriate to create kind of a adjacent or auxiliary industrial zone. This was the rationale behind these CTH districts. Today, we wouldn't do that, right? We wouldn't do many things. When I walk up Clarendon Boulevard on the corner of Fillmore Street and I see the structured parking that, is masquerading as a building and has, completely dead windows, etc. This is not nice. It's an old idea that you don't notice that, etc. I was actually positively surprised that not coincident, not by coincidence, the two architects on the planning commission asked you and grilled you a little bit about why don't we keep this? It is an industrial building. For an industrial use, it's a mixed-use building. So there's a lot of civil and useful stuff still happening on the street, etc. Why don't we design it, to be honest, with and signal the use? And I think this is worth considering. I mean, instead of basically faking it and masquerading the use, we could go to a place where we have better architecture for industrial use. And I have to say, I've seen this kind of buildings in Seattle and other places with more modern, with better architecture, great presence on the street that actually they make a statement in the neighborhood. They are accepted as part of the cityscape, and they are planned to be respectful with the neighborhood while they're providing a kind of an industrial and non-residential use. Like Ms. Coffey, I would be, of course, way more satisfied if this would have been housing. There is no question about that. But this applies also to the entire neighborhood there. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done. We saw an activation of this neighborhood a couple of years ago. The lots across the street have been planned for housing, right? Joyce Motors is just right there. We have a Western Clarendon plan. We really leaned in. So to me, the fact that with what we have planned for this sector and is still not developed or delivered there, this is not something that is completely out of question. It is. I see that as a use that may well complement the services that need to be there. From a point of view of today and how it is, it's to me a little bit too much. No question about that. But if we see what we have planned already and what we have entitled already, or waiting for this to materialize in the current economy, which is difficult, or will take a while. So I mean, in balance, I see the issues. I see the reason of the investment and your expectation to have a good return on this investment. It's also for some, in a different way, it's also parked land use. If the sector takes off the way we plan it to take off in the next 15, 20 years, your investment will be a not very high yield investment anymore compared to your neighbors. So you will be rather motivated to start something different with the property that you acquired today. So I want to believe that this is going to be the future there. Finally, on the environmental credentials of the buildings, some are there. I think a little bit more biophilia, like a green roof, for example, would be great. I'm not so familiar with what kind of mechanicals have to be on these buildings and how all this works. But I would agree with Ms. Cunningham that it would be good to demonstrate that better is feasible, and that buys also a lot of goodwill and with everything and your neighborhood relations. You will have some traffic there. They will be coming in and out. Even modern SUVs, especially electric ones, have a beeper when they back up, etc. They have become more safe, but also more annoying for somebody who lives right next door. You're lucky to be. You have a multifamily building right in the back, but they are also neighbors, and I think that they deserve to have some quiet enjoyment of of their property and be respected this way. So other than that, I will support the motion. And if there are no other comments, I can call the question. Vote. Colleagues, all in favor of the motion of Vice Chair Ferranti, seconded by Ms. Cunningham, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Nobody. The motion carries. Congratulations. So then next one, we close the. Mr. Kushner, the most important question in this evening. Is
No
there
additional
anything, are there any other items coming before the board?
There are no additional items.
Thank you. There are none? Then thank you, everyone. Without objection, the December County Board meeting is now recessed, not yet adjourned, until tomorrow, December 17th at 6 p.m. And I believe that at the advice of our attorney, I have to say that we are going to discuss item 46 or so, that is continuing the consideration of the Church for Reform of Government. Thank you. We are recessed.